reviewing it every day and say to yourself, it's not over until I win. Reviewing it every day and say to yourself, it's not over until I win.
Let's go, chat. Let's go. All right. Let's turn the music down a little bit. All right, everybody. Welcome to the future. Welcome to 2026. As you can see up here, we have a quote up on the board. 2026 is our year. And, I think it's interesting because everything that we've done up until this point has just been preparation, training to get to this point. And now we're at a point where we continue to go as hard as we can and continue to move forward. So let me pause the music. Let me get something a little bit more chill on. But guys, we've come quite a long way in 2025, and I'm not super, I don't know what the word for it would be. I'm not super nostalgic or anything about the change of a new year, but I think it is a good time to be able to reflect and kind of set some goals of like, hey, what do you want to accomplish in this upcoming year? And it is a good time to reflect and say, hey, what did I accomplish last year? And how has my situation changed from the start of 2025 to the start of 2026? That's what I did. So last night I took some time to be able to just reflect. I didn't do anything last night, didn't hang out with anybody, but just took some time to basically spend by myself and figure out, hey, what is it that I want to accomplish in 2026? And what I've realized is that we've gotten to such a great point with BridgeMind that I think that 2026 is our year. And I think that this is going to be the community that builds the future and is on the cutting edge of the agentic coding, vibe coding revolution. Now, with that being said, let me do a couple things on my end. Let me pull up the chat and we'll get started. But yeah, this is going to be a big year, guys. This is going to be a big year for us. So happy New Year to everybody. And today we're going to be grinding. All right, I just pulled up the chat. All right, Bo, what's up? FYH Gaming, what's up? Alex, what's up? Giovanni, what's up? Luis, what's up? Tanthian, what's up? Compcoin, what's up? The future is coming, let's go. Oren Dev, what's up? Robin, let's cook, let's cook. So yeah, I think that today, the biggest goals of today, so that everybody's on the same page. So learn Supabase is a very big goal for us today, and there's a reason that we're doing it, and I'll get into that a little bit later into the stream, but we have to learn Supabase today because if you check the description, I've talked a little bit about this already, but we are doing a Vibeathon next week, and it is gonna be big. This is gonna basically slingshot us at the start of the new year. We're gonna have a huge event that's going to be a pretty big deal in my opinion. Let me do a couple things on my end. Gonna ping the Discord, let everybody know that we're live. If you haven't already joined the Discord, make sure you do so. That's where the BridgeMind community hangs out. But I'm just gonna ping everybody real quick and we'll get started. But let's see here. All right, Happy New Year this year. Happy New Year, Orphan, Orhan, Marco, Happy New Year. Moscow, what's up? How's it going? So today we need to learn Supabase because Supabase is, if you guys aren't familiar with Supabase, I'll actually just go to it real quick. Supabase is probably the best stack to get started with as your like back-end database. Almost just showed my my keys there. That's funny. Well, not funny, but that's fine. All right, so I'm gonna go to Supabase, and I just want to show you guys like the main part of the website because hey, Supabase, here's what they say: build in a weekend, scale to millions. Supabase is the Postgres development platform. Start your project with a Postgres database, authentication, instant APIs, edge functions, real-time subscriptions, storage, and vector embedding. So pretty much Supabase is it's a platform that builds on top of Supabase or builds on top of Postgres and gives you access to other features that are tied into that back end, right? So another thing that makes Supabase very attractive now is their MCP. So MCPs are probably like one of the biggest things now for agentic coding and agentic workflows. And we're going to be taking a look at this because, hey, for example, I don't have an MCP that I'm able to integrate with for my backend database in AWS. If I want to get to that, I have to do a bunch of manual stuff. But with this MCP, it makes it very easy to actually build and set up Supabase backends or Supabase database, whatever you're using it for. And we are going to be using this. There's a couple things. So we're going to kick off 2026 really, really strong. Just as a reminder, I am a little bit sick, but I'm pushing through it. It's fine. 2026, we're kicking it off with a Vibeathon. And there's going to be a video that releases tomorrow that actually has the information about this Vibeathon. But just to kind of, so you guys are aware of where I'm at currently, of what I'm thinking about and what's on my mind, is next week is going to be the biggest week of this journey to date. It starts on Monday, and we're going to be in Florida, and we're going to be hosting a Vibeathon. Now, again, more information about this will come tomorrow, but there is a $1,000 prize for the winner of the Vibeathon, and I will get into that tomorrow in a video when I announce it. But the goals today and like the things that we're doing this week are kind of preparation for what we're going to be doing during this Vibeathon and during this event. It's going to extend 10 days. We're probably going to be streaming about 12 hours a day, going insanely hard. And you guys are along for the journey. You guys are along for the ride. And you guys even get to be involved in it if you want to participate in the Vibeathon. So it's going to be a pretty big deal. And today we are preparing for this event. And there's a couple things that we're going to be doing while we're hosting this event. So that's the reason why, for example, today we need to learn Supabase because there's a couple things that are ruminating in the back of my mind that we are going to need to execute with precision next week during the Vibeathon, because I don't know Supabase yet and I need to get familiar with it so I'm able to orchestrate a bunch of AI agents. So with that being said, let's lower down the desk. Today we are going to be doing 500 push-ups and 100 pull-ups. All the gyms are closed today for New Year's. People are taking off. Everybody, I don't know if they're hungover or something, but not us. I went to bed early last night. I was able to definitely spend some time reflecting. You know, it was a good time. I literally just sat in my office here and was working, and I was just kind of reflecting about what I want to accomplish in this upcoming year. I don't drink alcohol just because I don't know, it's not good for me personally. So Tantheon said GLM 4.7 is cheaper than Sonnet. Yes, it is. Yeah. Yeah, Mark Gamble said AWS has their own set of MCPs as well. They do, but I don't think that they're as powerful as, for example, like some of these MCPs, like with the Supabase MCP, we're going to learn a little bit about it today, but I'm pretty sure that this is like an incredibly useful MCP, and some MCPs are actually more or less useful than others, so it just depends. But let's do a couple things on my end. All right. How do you deal with and avoid burnout? So, I mean, I talk about that a decent amount, but the biggest way that I avoid burnout is like stuff like the cold plunges. I work out a lot because, hey, you have to be able to do stuff that's going to kind of switch things up for you, and that's very, very helpful. All right, we're going to do a cold plunge at 300 likes. Have you guys like the stream? All right, I just started to pull. All right, also we have 95 people watching and only like 10 likes, so if you guys have not already liked the stream, make sure you do so. I know that a lot of you guys are returning watchers, but it really does help support the community and the mission here. So this is one of the first things that we're going to be looking at. So because we have this event coming up, you know, BridgeMind is getting a lot bigger, and you know, one thing that I was reflecting on even just last night, for example, was how big this mission and community actually has gotten. It's gotten very big. And we're going to continue to move forward. But one thing that we're going to have to do today is, because we're going to have this huge event next week, we basically need to revamp the website, because there's going to be a ton of traction on this website because of a few things I'm going to be doing. So, like, for example, I'm updating this now because, hey, like this here, this has not been updated in a while. The styling of this website has literally not been changed since I first started BridgeMind. It doesn't look that good. There's like empty spaces like this, and it's time that this gets revamped. So the reason that we're doing this again is because we have this huge event next week, and we need to make sure that people are, you know, getting the right impression of BridgeMind when they come to the site. So that's a big goal on our list today, is to be able to revamp the styling of the BridgeMind.ai website. So you guys are going to be able to see me do that. We're going to do a couple things for that. I'm going to move the desk back up. Oren Dev said push-ups. Yeah, 1 second. We'll do push-ups in a second. Supabase MCP is already on cursor setup and try it. Yeah, it's already set up. But But what we need to do first is, like, you can look behind me again. If you guys are just joining us, we're going to learn Supabase today. We're going to revamp the BridgeMind AI website, and then we're also going to be taking a look at the ViewCreator MCP. So if you guys saw the day 112 stream, we actually built a ViewCreator MCP, and there's a reason that I'm doing all this. It's going to become apparent to you guys next week as we have this huge event. But there's a couple things that we're doing in this stream to prepare for this massive event that we're going to be having. Next week is probably going to be the peak of BridgeMind in this mission to date. So get ready for that. It starts on January 4th. So let's go over to Supabase and let's just launch. I have set up a Supabase database or project before, but I haven't like really given it a shot with like an actual project. And like I mention often, it's like, hey, the best way to learn is by actually building and by using the tools that you're trying to build with, right? So if we want to learn Supabase, the best way for us to learn is to actually integrate it into a real project, not just read about it and just BS and just like read documentation. In my opinion, that's actually not the best way to learn. So up here on our list today, I have number 6 here, something called Bridge UGC. So as you guys know, we have a UGC program at BridgeMind, and a lot of people from our UGC program are doing a fantastic job. Shout out to Carter Sora, shout out to Bo, shout out to, hold on, let me get the names right. Let me see this here. But like some of you guys are generating like 50,000 views, and it's insane. So what we're gonna need to do is I know that we shout out to Hamza, shout out to Neek, shout out to Nova, shout out to Deadman. But one thing that we need to do is we need to make sure that we have a better system for our UGC team. So this is just a small project that we can do that all I'm envisioning is we need a simple, basically a way for people to sign up for our UGC program, and like a way for me to be able to create like a specific campaign for UGC with instructions, and then for people to be able to go to this website and sign up for a specific campaign. And then if they're signed up for a specific campaign, they need to be able to upload like screenshots of different posts that they've made that cross this certain threshold. So for example, I can go over to BridgeMind AI here, and if I go to UGC, you can actually see our compensation table for the UGC program, right? So if you have a video that gets 1,000 views, right, you get a 50-cent payout. If you get a video that gets 10,000 views, you get a $5 payout. If you get a video that gets over 1 million views, you get a $300 payout. So that's the structured tiers. But the thing is that for us internally, we need to build a more robust system for being able to track the UGC and be able to handle payouts. So to do this, we're going to be learning Supabase while basically like in tandem building this Bridge UGC platform, which is going to be very simple. We're not trying to build this in anything crazy. We just genuinely need it as a tool. So let me see. Chat said, I want to start doing such streams. Any tips? I don't know, man. It just comes with the territory. 500 push-ups at once. Not at once, but over the stream, yes. Yeah. Yeah, the links could be good, yeah. Godspell said, wouldn't it be better for them to post the video links instead of screenshots, and you could use AI to read the views? Yes. Can I come to the Airbnb in Florida? Even though I'm a game developer, I still vibe code. Yeah, so you guys will see what this looks like. It's going to be a crazy event next week, and that's why we are revisiting the website. So let's actually kind of just get started with this. So I do have 4 agents here, and the first thing that I want to do is, I'm going to move this over here, by the way. Let's move this over here. And I do feel a little bit better today. I am sick. I don't know if I have it. It's like, I don't know if you guys are familiar with like COVID symptoms where it's hard to smell, but it's hard for me to smell. So I don't know if I have COVID or something like that, but it's all good. We're pushing through, and you know, there's nothing that's gonna hold me back from grinding. So we're just gonna keep on going. But let me put this up here. I'm gonna do 300 likes equals Cold Plunge. So if we get 300 likes, I'm going to do a Cold Plunge, as you guys know. And if we get to 500 likes, I don't know if you guys are familiar with OpenCode, but if you check the description, at 500 likes, we're going to be doing a review of OpenCode, which is like a very up-and-coming vibe coding, agentic coding tool. So very important there. Dev Mindset, how's it going, man? How do I come up with ideas to vibe code? I just come up with things that I genuinely need, or I think that are important. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to drop in the BridgeMind UI, and I'm going to just... I need you to review this project in complete depth. What version of Next.js is this currently running? Yeah, guys, I'm sick, so that doesn't even need an ultra think. Okay, so this one here, I'm gonna launch. I'm gonna do another BridgeMind UI, and I need you to review the styling guide of this project in depth and tell me how it is constructed. What are the themes and styles of this project? What is my framework for task management, goal settings, habits, etc.? I mean, I don't necessarily have a framework. My best framework is just this up here. I wake up every day and I give it everything that I have. I believe that, you know, if you're trying to make progress in life, progress is incredibly exponential. So, for example, if you just show up every day and give it everything that you have and just work incredibly hard, I think that a lot of the answers come as you're in the arena. You know, you can get into something and expect it to look one certain way, or expect it to look like, oh, I imagine it or I envision it to look like this, and then it ends up looking completely different. So that's one thing that I've learned. You know, I don't know if you guys saw my video yesterday of the 10 things that I've learned since starting this journey, but that's one thing that was in there, is just, you know, how much you have to be open to the different opportunities that present themselves in the arena. I need you to search the internet and find the most up-to-date version of Next.js. What is the latest version? I need to update to the latest version of Next.js. All right, so we're gonna update to the latest version of Next.js. I am gonna do an ultra think on this, and then over here, I am gonna drop in BridgeMind UI, and I'm just gonna say, is this project using Pages Router or App Router? It is a Next.js project. What is it using? All right, that project is actively modernizing to full Shadchan adoption with 126 plus, okay. Okay, I need you to address all of these issues. I need you to launch 20 Agent B Coder agents to address all of these issues. All right, so we're gonna launch 20 agents to address these issues. Yeah, I get the Tom Holland thing a lot. OpenCode uses API, right? Yes, I do believe. I'm pretty sure that OpenCode is like free and open source too. I've just heard a lot more about it. I think a lot, like if I go to OpenCode, and we'll check it out once we get to 500 likes today, but let's like just go to OpenCode. I'm pretty sure that it's like really gaining a ton of traction. So it's called the Open Source AI Coding Agent. Here's how you can install it. And then yeah, here it is. Here's what I saw. So this is like the adoption of OpenCode, which is like pretty impressive. If you look at this graph here, do you guys see how I just go boing, you know, went up like crazy, and now there's 400,000 monthly devs on it. So that's pretty crazy. So I do want to take a look at that, just because, hey, our workflows are constantly changing. I have never used Supabase before, and I now need you to provide me with a top-line overview of Supabase. I am a developer and am technical, so you can be very in-depth and technical. Particularly, I want you to help me understand Supabase and how it would look in a stack where I'm using Next.js on the front end, Nest.js as an API back end, and then Supabase as the database. It would be helpful for you to show me file structures, trees, as well as to show me it in the context of using an ORM like Prism, or what is it, Drizzle, right? Isn't Drizzle one? Drizzle ORM. Yeah, Drizzle ORM. I think Prism or Drizzle are the best. I'm used to using Type ORM, but at this point, it is pretty outdated. So, Jesse Pinkman, how's it going, dude? Welcome. Max at OpenCode has. Sorry, guys. Oh my gosh. All right, I am showing up even when I'm sick, just so you guys know. So you may hear me cough and whatnot, but it's all good. Max at OpenCode has GLM 4.7 and Minimax M 2.1 for free right now. Okay, that's good to know. All right, Bilal said ask it to compare Supabase with Convex Trust. All right, Convex. Okay, let's launch another chat here. All right, somebody in the chat just asked to compare it with Convex. I want you to compare Convex and Supabase. Which one is better? I mean, I know what it's gonna say. It's gonna be like, there's not one better. It's what, you know, that's AI stuff. Also, guys, we have 158 people watching right now, and let's see here, only 58 likes. So let's get up to 100 likes, guys. If you have not already liked the stream, make sure you do so. It really helps support our mission and this community. If you haven't already joined the Discord community, make sure you do so. I think we actually gained like 100 members in the Discord in the last like 24 hours. We're up to 2,300. So big shout out to you guys. You know, I just think that, hey, like, like I said, I'm not super sentimental about the new year, but yesterday I didn't do anything. I didn't go out or anything. I don't drink or go to parties or anything. But, you know, I was just in my office and I was just doing a little bit of reflecting, thinking about, hey, you know, what do I want this year to look like? What do I want to accomplish this year? And, you know, I think that big things are coming. You know, that's why I wrote up here, 2026 is our year. At this point, BridgeMind is the fastest growing vibe coding community on the internet. And we're just going to keep going. We're going to keep showing up every single day and making progress. So Dev Mindset said that Supabase is better. You use anti-gravity. I don't like anti-gravity much. Made good experience with Drizzle. Okay, thank you, Bilal. Yeah, Prism and Drizzle, I think, are like the top ORMs. Type ORM is a little bit legacy. It's a little bit old now. There's like some weird issues around it. So, all right, what Supabase is actually... So Supabase is not a database. It is a backend platform built around PostgreSQL. At its core, Supabase equals Postgres plus auth plus storage plus real-time Postgres while row-level security and edge functions. So key mental model. Supabase is best thought of as a managed Postgres plus opinionated backend services exposed via API. So here's what I don't understand. Maybe somebody in chat could help me understand this. What I'm trying to understand is, like, let's say that I have a Supabase instance, but the thing is I don't necessarily, like, I want to be able to control, I want to be able to have control over like complex backend roots, right? I want to be able to have roots that do like complex things. And what I'm a little bit worried about just with Supabase in general is like how much control do I have over being able to customize like the API endpoints. Like, I don't understand. Like, I understand that, hey, Supabase makes it easy for vibe coders and people that don't have like a ton of, or maybe that don't want as much overhead. But I'm trying to just understand, like, hey, I'm pretty sure that we could just use Supabase as, you know, here. So you can see here, Next.js, Nest.js, business logic, billing queues, which is why I would want that API. And then the Supabase would just be Postgres. So we could have Supabase manage, obviously, the PostgreSQL instance, our migrations, our auth, which is optional, storage, which is optional, and then real-time data, which is optional. Then Nest.js responsibilities would be the business logic, Stripe webhooks, permissions, aggregation, background jobs, cross-service orchestration. So here is a Supabase and Firebase difference. Have you ever heard of Convex? Yeah, so I'm just comparing Convex and Supabase here. So here is a direct comparison between Convex and Supabase to help you decide which backend platform is better for your project. There's no single universal winner, but each shines in different areas. So let's see what actually are those. So Supabase is an open source backend as a service built on PostgreSQL. It gives you a full backend stack, relational database, auth, real-time subscription, storage, and edge functions. Convex is a newer full stack serverless platform with a reactive document style database and built-in real-time sync and serverless functions using TypeScript and JavaScript. So I've been hearing a lot about Convex. Definitely a lot about Convex. No, I'm not married. Using Neon will be better. Yeah, so I've been hearing a ton about Convex. It's a newer full-stack serverless platform with a reactive document-style database and built-in real-time sync and serverless functions. The only thing that I'm a little bit worried about is it's like there are some platforms where they do take a lot of the headaches out for you, right? But sometimes it can be a little bit better to have that customizability. So like one example of this is, hey, sometimes ruling your own auth can be a better option than like going with an auth provider. That's just one example, and I feel like it's the same thing here. So choose Supabase if you want relational SQL power, joins strong schemas, complex queries, prefer a self-hosted or open source solution you can manage yourself, need built-in features like storage, auto-generated APIs, and mature auth with minimal setup. So honestly, the big thing that's interesting to me is I'm pretty sure that with like Postgres auth, let's actually just launch like a new chat here, because this is one of the biggest benefits of Supabase is tell me everything I need to know about Supabase auth and how it works, why it's powerful, and what providers I can connect with using it. All right, somebody just said Supabase is Postgres plus auth plus real time. You still get all the power in Postgres. Okay. Excuse me. All right, guys. Or you can have your own backend and consume the APIs exposed from Supabase. Yes. Yeah, so we built ViewCreator.ai, so you can go to it at ViewCreator.ai. I think there's a link to it in the description. But this is ViewCreator, and we've been working on this. It has over 2,000 users now. I think 2,300 as of this morning. And you know, what we're doing today is we have to gear up for our Vibeathon next week, which is an important event, and there's a couple different things that we need to do in preparation of that. One of them is learning how to use Supabase for a couple different reasons. So here's Supabase. Below is a complete technical developer level breakdown of Supabase Auth, how it works internally, why it's powerful, and which providers you can use, written assuming you're already comfortable with Next.js, Nest, JWTs, OAuth, and databases. So Supabase Auth is a hosted identity system tightly integrated with Postgres, built on GoTrue, issuing JWTs that are directly understood by the database itself via row-level security. That's interesting. This is the key idea. Auth is not just an API layer. It is enforced inside the database. So most auth systems stop at who are you. Supabase Auth continues to what rows are you allowed to see. That's pretty interesting. Core mental model. So this is important. Supabase Auth has 3 tightly coupled layers. So the first is, let's say, your client. Supabase Auth go true. JWT claims, and then Postgres plus row level security. The JWT is the bridge between identity and data access. You can check the description. It's viewcreator.ai. All right, JWT is the bridge between identity. Okay, user sessions and JWTs. Right now, we're learning how to use Supabase for all of you that are joining. Okay, Mark Campbell said Supabase uses OIDC provided auth out of the gate, much harder to build yourself. Okay. This table is owned by Supabase, not you. All right, key fields. Okay, so a user logs in, Supabase issues a JWT and a refresh token. This is like very much best practice. And this is why sometimes it's like, a lot of times have chosen to rule my own auth, and there's a reason for that. So you can use something like Passport, which makes it very easy to be able to, like, you can create this like access tokens and issuing access tokens or refresh tokens, and you can do it very easily. I think people get confused that like you have to go with an auth provider. You know, you can very simply and easily create an auth system using Passport, and what I found is sometimes that can be a better option out of the get-go. Because if you do want to build a scalable project, sometimes down the line it can be like, I ran into issues in my last startup with what was it? It was the AWS auth system. Wow, I even forget the name of it. AWS auth. Incognito, yeah, Cognito is what the AWS auth system is. This is my full-time job. Okay, so Mark Campbell said Convex is a great alternative to Lovable or Blitz, but if you're just standing up Supabase as a backend, you don't need all the capabilities of Convex. You may not even need Supabase once you know. Yeah. Somebody said that Supabase auth is so secure, even the founder can't log in. All right, JWT contents, this is critical. So a Supabase access token includes claims like the sub, the email, the role, the ISS, and the audience. Which this is very, very typical. This is what it typically looks like. These claims are directly accessible in Postgres. So why Supabase auth is unusually powerful. So auth is enforced inside of Postgres. So Supabase sets Postgres session variables automatically. So you have your auth UID, your auth.role, and then here would be an example RLS policy. This means that no API bug can leak data, no forgotten where user ID equals question mark. Security is provable at the database level. This is huge compared to Firebase, Auth0, or custom JWT middleware. Okay, that's interesting. The claim says that he's vibe coding with Supabase, Cursor for front end, and Kotlin back end. The back end for ViewCreator is Nest, and then we use AWS for it's an RDS instance that's using Aurora. So it's a serverless. Just use Supabase. All right. Yeah, so ViewCreator did pass 2,300 users yesterday, and you know, I feel great about it. All right, JWTs are portable, so you can use Supabase auth for login, validate JWTs in Nest.js, still rely on RLS in Supabase. This is perfect for your stack. Okay, so what I really want to understand is like, hey, what are the actual providers that we can integrate with out of the box? what are the providers that I can integrate out of the box with Supabase? For example, Google or Apple or Meta. What can I integrate with out of the box using Supabase Auth? Okay, Mark Campbell said policies are tied to auth by default. Even if you set up with Passport, you still have to manually create middleware and policy. Yes, that's very true. You can use better auth, yes. The Clam said, I respect the hustle, bro. I'm on the same grind. Yeah, I think that, so if you guys are new around here, you know, we pretty much just grind every single day. And next week is going to be a big one. Today's stream and tomorrow's stream. And if I stream on Saturday, we have like a little bit of a different stream schedule just because we're prepping up for a huge event. Next week is going to be the biggest week of this series to date. We have a huge Vibeathon event, and we're probably going to be doing about 12 hours a day every day. So more to come on that. There's going to be a video coming out tomorrow, but it's going to be big. ND Farhan said, congratulations for crossing 2K. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Why am I using 5.2 for Q&A? I don't know. It's just easy. All right, below is the authoritative, up-to-date list of identity providers you can integrate out of the box. So... all right, so here they are. So major consumer providers. So you have Google, Apple, Facebook, Twitter, GitHub, GitLab, Microsoft. So Supabase natively supports all of these. So that's important. So a lot of people, I think Google, Apple, you know, they're all important. But I think that doing providers is kind of like a better practice now. Okay. Wow, there's a lot of them. Look at this. It's a ton. They have OAuth with, like, all of these. That's a lot. Winkle, how's it going? I have not used Vertex AI much, no. Okay, so let's check up on these agents here. So these agents we're working on updating to Next.js 16 here because we do need to update. Okay, 16.1. Okay, perfect. Yes, help me upgrade to the latest Next.js version. And then another issue that we have is we're still using Pages Router. And what's crazy is that this whole time we've actually had all of these agents still working for us. We've been just for the past 15 minutes learning a little bit about Supabase. But don't forget that the goals today, if you look behind me, so we have to learn Supabase. And then we also need to do a revamp of the BridgeMind site. So for BridgeMind.ai, because we have such a big event next week, I need to make sure that this site is actually completed and has a little bit of information about our event. I haven't actually visited the styling of this site since like the very beginning of when I started the company. So it does need a revamp, especially since it's grown to the size that it is, you know, with like 21,000 subscribers and then with over, you know, thousands of people in our Discord community. I need to revamp this for the event that's going to take place next week. So you guys are going to get to see me do that today. And then also we are learning Supabase so that we can look at potentially Bridge UGC. Now, I don't know if that's going to be able to get done today or in tomorrow's stream, but what I would like to do is, as you guys know, we do have a UGC program with BridgeMind, and that's one of the ways that, you know, we built ViewCreator. And ViewCreator, for those of you that don't know about ViewCreator or are unfamiliar with it, ViewCreator is a virality engine. So with ViewCreator, if I go into ViewCreator here, it's at this point, it's a virality engine supporting BridgeMind in everything that we do. So for example, here's a BridgeMind agent, and this agent wakes up and runs 6 times per day. Literally just, what was that, 45 minutes ago, it ran automatically, and it was able to post this short to 4 different platforms. So it published it to YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook. And for example, I can go to my YouTube channel, and the reason it's such a big virality engine is because I can set up these automations that are able to do automated clipping, automated content scheduling and posting. And if I go to my channel, I can then go to shorts, for example, and look at all these shorts that have been posting. So look at this. So these just got posted. So those are low view counts, but look at this. 1.1, 1,000, 2.3 thousand, 992, 1.1, 1,000, 4.5, 1.9. And then if I go down 3.3, 3.1, 1.8, 9.2, 3.6, 3.7, 4.6, 4.5. You know, these are all automatically being posted by ViewCreator, and that's why ViewCreator is an automated virality engine, because as a business owner and as a creator, I don't have to touch any of that. I just set up my agent and it runs for me, and it's also supporting our UGC team. So it's it's a virality engine, in my opinion. Also, let's check the sub count. So we're at 21,093 subs. Where were we even at? So 28 days ago, we were at 10,283. So yeah, this is the fastest growing vibe coding community on the internet, guys. And there's a reason for that, as you guys know. So let's check this out. So Pages Router, I need you to do a complete review of the project and generate a structured README with an implementation plan to migrate from Pages Router to App Router, as Pages Router is being deprecated, and we need to now create a structured plan for migrating to App Router, and you need to build a structured integration plan with different phases of this migration. All right, so let's launch that, and I'm gonna do a full upgrade to 16.1, very simple here. All right. All right, Dark Solamber said, hey, BridgeMind W, I started doing coding plus vibe coding combination. It felt like a good idea to me. Yeah, it's, I mean, agentic coding is the future of software development. If you guys watched my video yesterday, it's like, hey, obviously, as we get deeper into the future and these tools get better, we get better AI models, we get better end tools that are integrating the AI models. It's like you rewind the clock a year and cursor agent mode wasn't even like really that much of a big thing yet. It wasn't super useful. And to see how agentic coding and vibe coding has evolved so quickly is really remarkable. And I've been doing vibe coding for over 3 years now. And to see the trajectory of it, if you've been in the trenches for this long, you know the trajectory of it, and you've been around long enough to see how it's grown and evolved. And I think that at this point, everybody now knows that this is the future of software development, and we're on the cutting edge of it, and we're going to show up every single day so that we can build the future together. All right, so Mark said, have you thought about asking it to build a PRD versus a structured plan? Excuse me. A PRD, I usually do a structured implementation plan, and there's a reason for that. So usually when I do this, it'll build out a README with like different phases of the migration. So we'll take a look at what it actually builds, but what I'm expecting it to build just from experience is that it's going to build something like in phases where it'll have, like, for example, phase one, like set up the app router and set up the migration files so that we can like maintain the existing Pages router but have the files needed for the migration. And then after that, it'll start to kind of like transition over. But the code base is now significantly more aligned with the styling guide standards. All semantic color classes, text primary, BG background, border, accent are now consistently used throughout. So let's go here. And what I want to do is I do want to launch just the I want to CD into BridgeMind UI here, so that we can run this. And we do have 2 other projects, and it's important to see this because, hey, when you're working with a bunch of terminals at once, I will say that Warp and managing Warp panes, it's made it very, very easy for me. I actually don't think that we have our Postgres instance running, so that's probably gonna not work here. We'll see here in a second, but I don't think that's gonna render incorrectly. Let's, give me 1 second. Let me launch ChatGPT. Yeah, all right, so we need to launch this. All right. Do you know how to actually code or pure vibe code supporting the grind? Yeah, so here's my perspective on it is that, you know, when I first learned how to program, so I started programming when I was a teenager, but I got really into it when I was in college. And the thing is I did the typical route. You know, I did certifications online through Codecademy. I have hundreds of certifications on Codecademy. Things like my full stack certification, which was, you know, a 6-month course, which I completed in just a couple of weeks. And I learned how to code, and I did code manually for a while. But the thing is I got lucky because while I was learning how to program, you know, ChatGPT and all of these AI tools were coming out, and I saw that the future was going to be in agentic coding and in building with AI. So instead of me saying, hey, I'm just going to always code manually, I got very, very involved with coding using AI and using AI agents to help me code. And basically the perspective and the mindset that I've had for the past 3 years is that the AI models are going to get exceedingly better and increasingly better, and then also the end tools that actually integrate the underlying model are going to get better. So that, for example, is things like cursor with agent mode, right? That's not an AI model, but that's the end tool that integrates the AI, the harness that integrates the AI actually getting better. So you have agentic tool use, and those are things that I kind of saw in my mind as happening. So really the skill that you need to get good at is not coding line by line, because that's on the way out. That's being phased out. You need to get really good at understanding agentic workflows and how to orchestrate a bunch of AI agents to do your work for you. That's what the future is going to look like, and that's what I see now. Also, guys, we're only 5 subscribers away from 21,100, so if you are watching and have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Let's head over to localhost 3000 here and see, like, just there's a ton of instances of the website where, hey, we need to make it more complete. So one thing I want to do, I want you to now go to the website using the Playwright MCP and identify places in the website that are not complete. So for example, the second section of the home page basically has a demo coming soon, but we just need to remove that because it's an incomplete section. It's been a long time since we've revisited the functionality and styling of this website, and what I need you to do is I need you to help me polish it up so that there's no incomplete sections on the site. So for example, remove that demo video section since it's incomplete. All right, so now I'm going to go over here to this agent, and I'm going to drop in BridgeMind UI, and you guys are going to see that. So I have more information coming out, but you guys are just going to hear me prompt this, so you guys are the first ones to know. I need you to update the banner, the hackathon banner, to be integrated back into the website, and I want it to instead be called a Vibeathon banner, and I want this banner to announce that the official BridgeMind Vibeathon is taking place from January 4th to January 14th with $1,000 in prizes, and there needs to be an enter now button in that banner, and I need the BridgeMind logo symbol to be in the banner, and I need the banner to match the theme of the site and be very professional, modern, and responsive. All right, so you guys are kind of just hearing it first here, but hold on, let's go back. Okay, chat. What do you think of making money by selling website templates, SaaS by vibe coding and selling it on Code Canyon? By the way, I support your grind. So yeah, so Karan, so yeah, I think that even in our last project sharing event, there was a person. What was his name? I forget his name, but he was building like websites using what was it? He was using a Lovable, I think he was using Lovable, and he was just using Lovable to build websites for other people, and he actually shared, oh yeah, like I'm actually making quite a bit of money by building sites using AI and then selling them to people in his network. So I definitely think that that's a way that you can go. So I absolutely, yeah, I agree with you. I think that you can definitely go that direction, 100%. Okay, so we're gonna get that vibe coding banner. Happy New Year. Domain managing said vibe managers, 100%. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people have the different perspectives, and here's my approach in it is, hey, people are going to have different perspectives based on their personal experience, right? So from my personal experience, because I've been doing this for 3 years, and because I've been heavily involved in the space for that time period, and I've been doing it every single day, and I've seen, and I've not even seen, but I've felt the changes, right? So if you're not heavily involved in the space, you may miss out on some of the changes and the evolutions that have occurred. So for example, Opus 4.5 being 1/3 of the cost, being faster and being much more intelligent, that was a big deal. And these systems are going to continue to get better. And yes, I would not doubt this technological revolution. Okay, so let's see what did it create here. So this is the migration plan. So I do want to pull this up here. The migration plan. Okay. I want you to launch multiple agents to now follow the migration plan, update the plan as you go so we stay up to date with the documentation, but now I need you to actually implement the updates so that we can migrate from Pages Router to App Router completely. Happy New Year, domain messaging. All right, so which incomplete section should I address? All public pages. Yes, I want to do all public pages. All right, so this one here. right, so this launched at like 20 agents at once. All right, we're gonna have to do some push-ups here, guys. Like I said, we're gonna do 500 push-ups and 100 pull-ups today. I don't know how many we hit at the start of the stream. I'm gonna be conservative and say 40. So I'm gonna put 40 up on the board, but we need to get started for the day on the grind here. So we're at 40 push-ups for the day. I think I did 50, but we're just doing 40 to be conservative. But let's hit a 50 bomb real quick while these agents are working for us, guys. Let's go. And also, we only have 120 likes and 159 people watching, so if you guys are watching and have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you show your support for the community and like and subscribe. All right, let's knock them out, guys. Let's drop a 50 bomb. All right, 50 bomb. Let's go. All right, what's the best way to earn money with vibe coding? There's a bunch of different ways. It just depends on like your skill set and what approach you want to take. You know, there was somebody in the chat talking about, you know, building websites and then selling them. Other people do SaaS. Also, you can use vibe coding to actually get a job. All right. All right, so these three agents are working. This one here, like for example, okay, there's gonna be a lot of changes dropping in, but if we just go to BridgeMind AI real quick. Okay, so this here, yeah. All right, I do want to launch Cursor, and I want to launch Gemini 3 in Cursor real quick. All right, Gemini 3 Pro. And what I'm going to do here is this is pretty good for styling. So I'm just going to pull up this here. All right. All right, MD Ferran said AI is not going anywhere. It is here to stay. I agree that the hype seems like that it is being shoved down our throat, but we need to learn it, and the time is now. Yeah. I mean, I think that there's hype of like hyping up the benchmarks, and then there's hype of actually proving what's possible and building something with it and proving it that way, right? So all right, I do want to reset this here, and then now this is actually open. All right, let's run this. All right, Karan said, what do you think is better for coding, Gemini 3 Pro or Claude Sonnet 4.5? I use Opus 4.5. I think it's better in general. I think Opus 4.5 is better in general, but there are certain things that Gemini is going to be better at, and that's just like, hey, you need to understand the different workflows to use which models where. Okay, so here is the official logo there, so you can see official BridgeMind vibe coding. So it kind of missed a couple things there, which is fine. But let's launch this, and I'm going to drop this in here, and I need you to review the styling of the banner. It is not on theme. Also, it does not look good on smaller screen sizes. And remember that it needs to be called, it's the BridgeMind Vibeathon. The BridgeMind Vibeathon. And this is taking place from January 4th to January 14th. This is probably going to be one of our biggest events that we've done so far. There's going to be $1,000 in prizes. Yeah, so Seth said, why would I want to learn a skill that looks destined to become irrelevant? Yeah, so for anybody wondering, like, hey, with agentic coding, we're actually just on the crest of the wave. So many people, for example, like, what's his name, Seth here, and I'm not trying to call you out, I'm just mentioning it, like, hey, there's a lot of people that have that mindset, right? And there's nothing wrong with it. You can have that mindset, it's fine. It's just that if you have been involved with it for 3 years, you know for a fact that it's not going to be irrelevant anytime soon. You actually have the perspective. For example, if you're in my position where you can see where it's headed, and you can see the different things of it that are related to it. And yeah, I mean, I have the perspective of, I remember using ChatGPT to program like 10 hours a day when I was like 20 years old in my college dorm room, right? And just copying and pasting, and to now see what we have now, and to know the difference of what I'm able to accomplish now with today's AI models and today's AI tools versus just 3 years ago, 2 years ago, or even 1 year ago. The difference is significant. So when people say, hey, it's destined to become irrelevant, you know, I disagree with it, because it's actually doing the exact opposite. The tools are becoming way more powerful, and maybe in like the corporate world, people aren't. I mean, NVIDIA's CEO says that everybody's using Cursor. So it's just stuff like that where it's like, hey, people are gonna hate on it, and that's fine. You guys can have your own opinions. But if you are in the trenches and you are using this every day, you obviously know the inherent nature of the technology, which is that, hey, this is getting significantly better. And if you do not start to adopt this, if you don't if you don't vibe code like every day, or you don't do agentic coding every day, then you may not understand the different nuances of the workflows, which is fine. No, I don't think that there's anything wrong with Tyrant. Here's my perspective, is like, hey, just because somebody has a different view or different opinion doesn't necessarily make somebody a hater. And I think that just like, hey, what we should all do just is like, you know, a community, is let's just all be respectful for each other. Because I think that, for example, hey, Tyrant probably has a good perspective and has some good points of things that he knows from his experience, that he's like, hey, these are the things that are wrong with it. And then I would say on the flip side of that, there's a couple things that I understand, that I see, that I'm saying, hey, well, here are the benefits of it, right? So I think that everybody's right in some way, shape, or form. I don't think that just because you know, you are I don't know what the best word for it would be, but if you don't believe in the agentic coding revolution, and you think that it's going to fade out, that's your opinion. I totally respect that opinion. I do disagree with it respectively, but yeah, I think that it just comes from experience, right? So your experience is different from my experience, and I don't think there's anything wrong with sharing your opinion. I would say that, hey, if you get hateful and you get you know, built up, you do look like a little bit like you're just hating just to hate, if that makes sense. And I think that your opinion gets discounted if you do that. So if you come intelligently and you share intelligent thoughts that have depth and have meaning about what you think is wrong with agentic coding, then absolutely, I'm all for it. Like, let me hear it, right? But if you're just like hating just to hate, and you're like saying unintelligent things, then I don't think that your opinion's gonna get very far, especially in this chat, in this community. All right. So big things that are happening right now is we are doing a migration here, which is going to take a little bit of time to build. Linux, how's it going, man? Linux said there's value in many views of any subject, need insights both good and bad to evolve. 100%, very well said. Yeah, the TikTok integration is working for ViewCreator. We're still working on the TikTok approval, but we do have that get late working. So for example, you know, we did get the get late integration working. Now we decided to use that in the meantime before we get full approval. It may take some time, but let's see here. So yeah, so FYH Gaming said, how can I get into building a project using vibe coding? So, I mean, the first thing that I get that question a lot, like, how do you get started? The way to get started, the best way to get started is just to start building. There's no better way to get started than just, hey, literally just start building, and that will get you somewhere. I think that's very important to get to that point where you just, hey, let's build. This migration is going to take a little bit of time. This one here is doing a pretty good migration of our, it's migrating from Pages Router to App Router because the BridgeMind.ai website is a little bit outdated. So I think this is a good time for us to take a look at Supabase and to just talk a little bit about, hey, what would Supabase look like in a project where I mean, let's just start a new project and see if we can integrate with Supabase today. And there is a reason that we're doing this. So if you guys are just joining us, let's move the desk back up. We've got 197 people watching, only 134 likes. So if you guys are watching and have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. We're going to be doing quite a bit today. One of the biggest goals on our list today, you guys can see it behind me, but we're going to be learning Supabase today, and we do have a big event coming up next week, the BridgeMind Vibeathon. There's going to be $1,000 in prizes. More to come on that tomorrow. I'm announcing it tomorrow in a YouTube video, but today and tomorrow and potentially Saturday, we're kind of prepping for this event because this is probably going to be the biggest event and biggest time frame, that 10-day period where we're going to be doing this Vibeathon. It's going to be the biggest time frame and biggest thing that we've done with BridgeMind to date. So it's very, very important that we prep for that and are ready for that. So today, we're learning Supabase because there's an ulterior motive there that I need to learn Supabase for. We're going to be looking into Bridge UGC so that we can create just a small form project that actually integrates Supabase. And there's a reason that we're doing this. Look who it is, Super Combo Gamer. How's it going, man? Good to see you again. Good to have you back. Happy New Year. What did you miss? So a couple things that if you guys haven't gone. So first of all, we built a ViewCreator MCP, and there's a reason that we built a ViewCreator MCP, but ViewCreator is basically now running on autopilot. We have revenue being produced from ViewCreator. Subscriptions are coming in, and ViewCreator for me personally, and for the BridgeMind brand as a whole, is at this point, ViewCreator is now a virality engine backing everything that we do. So for example, it's backing the BridgeMind community, it's empowering our UGC team, and our UGC team is literally generating hundreds of thousands of views using ViewCreator to be able to put out clips and videos from content from BridgeMind, content associated with ViewCreator, onto their own custom channels, and they're using ViewCreator as the virality engine, which is taking us to the next level. I mean, you can look at our channel here, 21,106 subscribers, and one of the biggest reasons that we're growing as fast as we are is because we have the ViewCreator virality engine backing us at this point, and it's an incredibly powerful tool that we're now using internally to take BridgeMind to the next level. All right, let's see here. Yeah, so these are 4 different tasks that we're having this work on. So this one here, this one's a big one, so we do need to take a look. But before we get into that, I want to create a new, so I'm going to CD out here, and I'm going to just make a, let's CD into my desktop real quick, and then I'm going to make a new directory just called Bridge UGC, and I'm going to CD into Bridge UGC now, and this, we are actually going to be learning Supabase by actually integrating Supabase into a small form project. We need to learn Supabase for a couple different reasons. Big reason is for our Vibeathon next week, and I've never used Supabase before, so I want to integrate it into a project here. So I want to just launch Claude. All right. All right. All right, so let's launch a couple Claude instances. I need you to review this newly created project called Bridge UGC. And in this project, I'm going to need to create a Next.js front end that uses Next 16.1 and App Router and has a modern light and dark theme that uses ShadCN and Tailwind, respectively. I need you to create a styling guide for this front end. And to start, I just need you to create the Next.js project with a home page, with a nav bar, and a hero section that says, "Welcome to Bridge UGC." Yeah, thank you, Linux. Linux said, good call on using Supabase ahead of time to get a feel for it. Cool stuff. Yeah. So, we have this huge event next week, and the event is going to last like 10 days, okay? I'm going to be in Florida, and it's going to be crazy. You guys will never have seen anything like it. Big plans there. But, we need to learn a couple things. That's why we built the ViewCreator MCP. It's why we're now using Supabase on this small form project today and tomorrow. And really what we're doing is we're kind of dipping our toes into the water to get a feel for Supabase, to get a feel for these different technologies that we're going to be using. Because, one of the biggest things with vibe coding, with agentic coding in general, is that the AI is an extension of the developer. So if you just go into it blind and you have no idea what you're doing and you don't understand the overarching principles, then you're going to fail. But if you can go into it with an understanding, and you can go into it with an understanding of how you need to prompt, what you need to do to guide the AI in the direction that it needs to go, then you will be successful. So that's a big thing here. Karan, I don't like anti-gravity. I think it's a little bit premature on anti-gravity. In this project, I want to use, hold on, let's actually go back to that ChatGPT real quick. And we have like, what, 5 agents working for us that we're, you know, they're all working in tandem. So we'll visit them in a minute. I just want to ask, what is the better practice? Should I be using Prism or Drizzle right now? What's the better option for this stack? And just as a reminder, I am like sick, so I'm trying the best I can. A little bit, may talk a little bit less today just because I am sick, but that's all right. We're powering through. Yeah, this is my 3rd startup. So one of the biggest things, it's like, it's great to be able to get, you know, to do the self-teaching and to get a start. But the biggest way that you learn is you learn from actually building. So if you go to my GitHub, let's see here. So if let's go to my profile real quick. And like, here's so I have 3,800 contributions in the last year. In 2025, 3,789, and then 2024, 3,600. So, you know, getting certifications is good, but actually showing up and building every day is actually better. So, to me, the certifications mean nothing. Like if somebody came to me and they said, "Hey, I have certifications," that means nothing. Show me your Git contributions and show me that what you've actually built. And for anybody new here, this is my 3rd startup in the last 3 years. My last startup was a very big deal. Had investor capital and had a pretty large team, had an engineering team where I was able to work with senior engineers, and we were able to accomplish quite a lot. I personally had to write 2 million lines of code in under 6 months to be able to build a HIPAA-compliant online therapy platform. And that's where I got most of my experience from that company, where I was the co-founder and CEO. But yes, being able to lead a engineering team and to work with people that are smarter than me and work day in and day out and go insanely hard for a significant amount of time in a row. That's how you actually get better. That's how you learn skills. And that's a little bit about my experience. So we're going to be doing something similar in 2026. Obviously, I'm going to be showing up every single day, especially with the Vibeathon coming up next week. That's probably going to be the biggest thing that we've done with BridgeMind to date. So very excited for that. Apiriam said, "How are you feeling? Health is good." Yeah, so I'm sick. I think it's COVID, to be honest, just because I can't smell. So I think it's COVID, but it's all good. I mean, like what do I just take a little bit of Dayquil, take some NyQuil? Yeah. Super Combo Gamer said that he feels like certifications is just book knowledge, does not prove you can do real world tasks, etc. 100%. Yeah, but I will say when you're first getting started, it is good to do the certifications just so you know what questions to ask, if that makes sense, right? All right, so Prism is heavier in Nest.js infrastack. So in real production Nest.js systems, okay, so apparently Drizzle, it treats SQL as a feature, not a problem. So Drizzle migrations play really well with SQL. What does a Drizzle, like for example, if I'm defining a new table, for example, let's say a user table, what would the file look like if I'm using Drizzle for those migrations? So in TypeRM, you like create entities. So I'm just curious, in Drizzle, what does it look like in Drizzle? Yeah, I appreciate it, Piriam. All right, below I'll show you what Drizzle actually looks like in practice when defining a user's table. So here's what it would look like. So you have your apps, API, Drizzle, schema, user.ts, migrations. Okay. Okay, so Drizzle lives outside your app logic, which is intentional, obviously. So it goes in a schema directory. So we go in a schema directory. And then, let's see here. All right, so then here's what the actual schema file would look like, just so that we understand what the syntax looks like a little bit. All right. Can you compare TypeRM with Drizzle? Okay, SG707 said Drizzle is still in beta version. Use Prism. Drizzle is the better practice in 2025 with Nest.js and Supabase. TypeRM is serviceable but architecturally outdated for modern Postgres-first systems. If you already feel friction with TypeRM, that instinct is correct. What about Prism? Somebody just told me that Drizzle is still in beta. Is that true? What should I be using? All right, Linux did just drop a couple sources. Yeah, I would say that, you know, hey guys, you know, here's the thing. If you have a different opinion, just be respectful, right? Because if you're respectful, if you share intelligent concepts of your perspective from the other side, then I think that it is to be respected. But if you are like arrogant and you come across in a way that just seems like I'm right, you're wrong, I think that your opinion gets a little bit discounted, because I think, hey, there's no true real one right answer, right? It's the full picture that you want to have, not just one very deep-rooted opinion of what you believe in. Which it is good to have opinions and it is good to be able to believe in something, but you also don't want to be so much in a black box where you end up being wrong in the end and you get shocked, if that makes sense. So, okay, so Prisma, so maturity, proven in countless production apps, very stable, well-maintained, strong documentation, broad community plus ecosystem. The pros, it has excellent developer experience, auto-generated type clients, powerful tooling, sits above raw SQL, sometimes extraction leaks, works around Postgres features like RLS instead of with them, generated client adds build step and runtime overhead. So Drizzle, so it's younger than Prism but actively developed, used in real production systems by many teams, still building toward 1.0 in some parts of the stack. Pros is it's SQL first, transparent to Postgres, super lightweight, serverless friendly, great for edge environments and cold starts, fits systems when your own where you own your database logic. Some tooling still maturing. So here's what we have. So this is helpful. So both RMs can run in production, but they imply a different trade-off. So it does give it 3 stars for maturity here. Okay, so Hot Chatty said that Drizzle is superior in many ways. That's actually really helpful. Okay, Mark Campbell said, I noticed that you run multiple terminals in Waterfall. It would actually get through phases more effectively if you ask it to launch agents to execute in parallel. Yes, so we do that. So I'm not doing a Waterfall. I'm more so doing it in terms of, like, for example, if we go to this here, right? Like, these are all working on separate tasks, and then you can see here that I launch agents. If we go to this one here, this is a good example. So I launched 20 agents here in parallel that each were tackling different tasks and issues, right? So that would be an instance where I launched the multi-agent parallel. Super Combo said, what is the DB? So right now we're trying to learn Supabase because of the sprint that we're going to be doing next week during the Vibeathon. Next week is going to be critical, so we want to be able to have an understanding of Supabase before getting into that, because this is going to be the biggest event that we've done to date. You guys should be getting a little bit ready for it because there are $1,000 in prizes. More to come on that tomorrow. I'm going to be making a video announcing it. But right now, we actually need to get a little bit off the ground in terms of just building out a project here to actually get this. Let's see here. So what did it create? So let's just do an LS here. Oh shoot, we messed up. I made a mistake. So you created this. Okay, you made a mistake. I wanted you to create a project that is this Next.js project called, it should be Bridge UGC UI. All right. Appearance of that Prisma is good. Where do you keep your Claude memory? I just keep it in a Claude MD file. But what do you mean Claude memory? Like, what I use for the storage for the media that's uploaded on your site? I use S3. All right, SG said that he still uses Prisma over Drizzle since it can catch more errors. My guess is that AI will fix bug better than Prisma. What do you mean? Prisma V7 is a huge upgrade, SG Tech says. Okay. All right, so this is taking a while. So we're on phase 3 here. So this is still working. It's in phase 4. I mean, it says done. Is this, what is this doing? Is this just stuck? I think this one might be stuck. Okay, so this one's still running. So a lot of them are done. It's just that this phase here has not yet completed. This one. Running 5 task agents. That's good to know. And Ricky said, Happy New Year, Bridge Army. Let's go. Yeah, AWS S3, yes. All right, if you guys are watching and haven't already liked and subscribed, we are up to 159 likes. We got 189 people watching, so if you guys are watching and have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. We are up to 21,116 subscribers. Shout out to everybody that has joined the Bridge Army. It's the fastest growing vibe coding community on the internet right now, so this is the place to be. Okay, so now help me think through an additional thing. So I want to use Supabase for my database, and I want to use Nest.js for my backend API. This means that I will have this API project, but I also want to be using Prisma for my ORM and to handle migrations, and I want to think through what that is going to look like. For example, how will I structure that project? How will I run my migrations in my Supabase database? Help me think through the architecture here. Obviously, I have this Bridge UGC UI repo, and then I will have a Bridge UGC API repo that is the Nest.js project. But I need you to think through where I will define my schema for Prisma and how I will run migrations respectively. Note that the infrastructure will be in AWS. I will be using Docker for the Bridge UGC API, and it will be running in ECS, and the database migrations can be run. I'm actually not sure how to run the database migrations. I've never worked with Supabase before, so I'm unsure on this. All right, 16.1. All right, let's check this one here. Tune Expected said, do not use Prisma. All right, guys, let's hit some push-ups. We're up to 90 push-ups, so we have 410 left to go. Also, we haven't done any pull-ups yet, so we're going to have to do that. This one is thinking about the API. The biggest goal that we have for today is that we need to learn Supabase, and there's a reason for this. And then the second goal of today is that we have to do a revamp of the BridgeMind AI website. So what you guys are going to start to see a little bit of is that we have a big event coming up next week. So next week we're having a BridgeMind Vibeathon with $1,000 in prizes, and this is going to be a big event. It's going to be a 10-day event. There's going to be more information coming out on that tomorrow in a YouTube video that I'm going to put out. But we pretty much are prepping for this. I have a vision for it, and there's a couple things that we need to take care of, and I'm just kind of sharing that journey along the way because there is a project in a sprint that we're going to be working on that is going to be incredibly important for our mission in 2026, and we want to start 2026 out with a bang. So we're going to do this Vibeathon, and there's a couple things that we need to do in preparation for next week because we're going to be going for about 12 hours a day during this period. So it's very important that we update the site, that we get things updated there. But let's knock out some push-ups, guys. Let's go. All right, let's go. 50 bomb. All right, we're up to 140. All right, let's knock out some pull-ups too. Let's go. All right. Okay. So don't use Supabase's migration system. Since you're using Prisma, let Prisma own migrations entirely. Ignore Supabase's built-in migration. Yes, 100%. You may want to disable RLS. So this is what I'm a little bit worried about, or not necessarily worried, but more so considering. So connection from ECS. So ensure your Supabase project allows connections from your ECS IP's VPC. You may need to configure Supabase's network settings. Show me what the connection would look like in Nest.js to the Supabase instance. What environment variables are involved? Somebody in chat said, how do we join this Vibeathon? So there's going to be more information coming out on this tomorrow. There's going to be a video for it before I stream tomorrow. So stay tuned. Yeah, it's going to be big. Probably the biggest thing that we'll have done in this mission to date. So, okay. Is this done yet? So I think this one's stuck or something. Or I guess this is still working. Oh, yeah, it is still working. So it's in phase 3. 113 tool uses. So this one's still working. It's been working for a while now, though. How many, what is this even at? Okay, so here's what it would look like. So the app module would have, like in type RM, it's a factory that you set up. So Prisma module. So yeah, Prisma module. Claude is listening to an expected said. Supabase MCP is helpful. Okay. All right, so the environment variables are the database URL, direct database URL. Okay, obviously. Okay, so I'm gonna have a VPC in AWS. How do I make it so that my ECS service has access, like the tasks in my ECS service for the API have access to the Supabase instance? Is it an instance or a project? I don't know. It's an instance. Why am I using Prisma instead of Supabase? Prisma is helpful to be able to define the schema and do the migrations automatically. Just use Drizzle. Is Drizzle better? All right, either is a legitimate choice, but Prisma is more mature, whereas Drizzle is increasingly production competent and future oriented and becoming a community favorite. Well, do you think it would be smarter to use Drizzle or Prisma? All right, so I don't know how I feel about this, honestly. Yeah, SG Tech said coin toss, yeah. Supabase has RLS. Once you get it, it's nice. Help me better understand Supabase RLS. Why is it so good? Excuse me. Yeah. All right, row-level security is a native PostgreSQL feature. Supabase didn't invent it. They made it usable, ergonomic, and production ready. If I'm using Supabase, do I need an ORM? Use convex? I'm not a big convex person. What do we do when premium request ends on Asian app? What do you mean? Curious to see how Supabase works with database extractions. I've always used direct Supabase client calls. I'm curious, do I even need an ORM? You not need an ORM. Well, obviously I don't need one. You probably still want one for a Nest.js based system. The key is understanding what Supabase already gives you versus what an ORM adds. So what Supabase already is, important framing. So Supabase gives you PostgreSQL, PostgreSQL. I mean, I'm debating whether or not. Yeah, I don't need it for this project. Here's my thing. You know, I'm used to AWS and I'm very familiar with the AWS ecosystem. That's more so the stack that I'm on. So what I am curious of is, hey, maybe instead of using Supabase, which yes, Supabase is great, but maybe it's not really needed. There's certain things where I'm just thinking for me personally, I'm actually interested in chat's opinion of this. So let me know what you guys think. I'm very familiar and well-versed with AWS, and we are going to be doing like a very, very serious sprint next week during the Vibeathon. We're going to be going for about 12 hours a day. And I think the question that I have to ask myself is, hey, is there a reason that I should be using Supabase or learning Supabase when it may actually just be smarter to keep everything in AWS and scale everything with AWS, especially because this next project that we're going to be working on during this Vibeathon event is going to be a significant one, and one that's going to be at the center of the BridgeMind ecosystem. And I think that I'm just wondering, hey, would it actually be smart to be using something that I'm not familiar with for this sprint? Tune Expected said Supabase is okay, but you need to understand it. Yeah. F4DLS said Supabase is just way easier, but if you're fluent with AWS, keep it. Yeah, RDS is complex, and there's things where it will be a little bit more difficult. But the thing is, I'm used to the difficult part. Yeah, 100% Linux. All right, Supabase does not give you type-safe queries in your backend. Compile. Yeah, okay, yes. What are the biggest benefits of using Supabase? Okay, Sam said, honestly, Supabase only makes sense if you're starting out and don't want to waste time on AWS or other configurations. Okay, Extreme said, if you have a vision of scaling, just stay at AWS. Okay. All right, Fatal Destiny said AWS is better. All right. I mean, yeah, that's actually really helpful, chat, because something that I'm very, very familiar with AWS. That's what my past infrastructure for all the projects that I work on is on. The question that I'm asking is, I mean, I know that Supabase is probably, if you're just getting started, that's probably one of the best to build on. But if I am building AWS infra and it's all on AWS, would it be smart to do that? That's, I think, the question I have to ask. I have a question for you. So I'm used to using AWS, and I'm used to building AWS RDS instances and using those. Is it if I have all of my infrastructure in AWS already and I'm familiar with AWS, what do you think is better? Is it better for me to be able to use Supabase or to use just an RDS instance? All right, Linux says, in my opinion, it may not be the ideal setup, but could be done and would be a skill gained. Okay. Yeah, Garuda said Supabase is LLM friendly. That's the biggest benefit in Context 7 MCP as well. You must use DB library. Ask the vulnerabilities of using raw SQL database. Deep down, I want Supabase. Well, I don't necessarily know. The reason I am considering Supabase is I'm questioning, is that easier to get set up with because of the MCP? That's why I'm asking it. And you guys are kind of just seeing my raw thought process. So this is a very, very senior question, and the answer is not Supabase is better, RDS is better. It's about where you want complexity to live. Short answer, if you are already AWS native and comfortable running Postgres well, RDS is the better long-term primitive. Supabase is better if you want to outsource non-core backend concerns, auth, RLS, ergonomics, tooling, and move faster. This is not a skill question, it's a leverage versus control question. So you are not choosing Supabase versus RDS. Supabase versus RDS, you are choosing managed backend platform versus raw infrastructure primitive. That's actually very, very, that's very well said. That's very well said. So what RDS really is a managed PostgreSQL, backups, replica scaling, IAM. Yeah, so, yeah. Okay, Imperium said that Supabase can be self-hosted. I am using Supabase for all my SaaS and client sites, and it's hosted on simple EC2. Okay, Garuda just said that too. Supabase has self-hosted version, by the way, if you insist on AWS. I don't want to use AppWrite. Cognito can, I'm pretty sure Cognito can set up with a bunch of different providers, right? It can. Okay, so RDS strength, so why experienced AWS engineers like it. So maximum control, no vendor coupling, works with any ORM tool, familiar with IAM, VPC model. That's the biggest one. The VPC model is what I'm considering because, so I'll just give you an example. So if you have a database that is separate from your ECS infra, you're gonna have to do like VPC peering. I know that that's like what it is. I have some experience in like MongoDB where I had a AWS VPC and I had to do VPC peering. Which wasn't too difficult or wouldn't be too difficult, but it is a little bit different. So it's a backend platform built around Postgres. So here's the thing, when I am thinking about the specs of what we're gonna be doing next week, we are gonna be building out an MCP. So one thing that we need to do is we need to think through, hey, we know that we're gonna wanna have an API for our MCP. So we're not gonna be using, like, I feel like Supabase, the benefits of it is it's a backend platform built around Postgres, right? And I just don't know if we necessarily need that if we are already using Nest.js as an API and we actually don't even want to use the API layer. You guys see what I'm saying? Like, hey, I want to use S3 anyway. I don't want to use Supabase storage. We don't necessarily need to use Postgres auth. So yeah, you can host your own Supabase through Docker. Yeah. No, so tune expected. So yes, you can build an MCP in any language. You know, I know I don't need a Supabase for MCP. So what I'm saying is that's actually, I'm saying the opposite of what you're saying. I'm saying that because I want to build an MCP, I want to make sure that I have a API that I have like full control over. I always will go for more control over less control. Okay. All right, I think that we're at a decision point there. Let's go back to what we were working on here. It looks like this is now completed. So we were doing a migration here for, we were completely migrating BridgeMind UI from Pages router to App router. So let's now see if that was successful. So here are Pages here. Now, where's the app? Okay. Is it just me or I'm not seeing the app directory? Why am I not seeing an app directory here after all of this work that you just did? Sennheiser, what's up? Sennheiser said, Happy New Year, everyone. May all your projects come to life and may the grind keep going. Nothing but love. Rob said, I had a guy that worked for me that set up RDS in a different VPC than my cluster, and then I had to set up VPC pairing and extra network costs. Yeah. Let's go, Imperium. Yeah, MCP is important. Am I just missing the app? Hold on here. All right, let's check this out. All right, so API, no. UI, yes. Source. Okay, there it is. Oh, that's interesting. So do you guys see that Warp doesn't even like render that? Yeah, SG said that you get 100% control. You just get a lot of freebies. Supabase is still Postgres. You can just still use Drizzle or Prisma over it. It's not exclusive. Yeah, so the biggest thing that I'm just considering is like, hey, with RDS, there are a lot of benefits of using RDS. So I'm just careful with, hey, what do I want to do there? Do I want to learn a new stack, or do I want to stay with a little bit more of a scalable stack? And so I'm going to think about it. I feel like we did learn more about it, and we'll kind of decide more. I need a little bit more time to think about it. Great work. I now need you to be the one that now removes the redundant pages folder and make sure that we are fully migrated over to App Router. All right, what's the sub check? Where are we at? Let's go. All right, guys, 21,130. Let's keep it going. Convex is better than Supabase, by the way, just saying. Yeah. I mean, I think a lot of people have different opinions on it. All right. Okay, so let's now see. I know I'm going to have to rerun this. Let's go over to NPM here. Okay, so we do have a banner that's now not showing. Let's go here. So I am going to use Gemini 3 Pro for this. Let's launch the tab here. Why is the Vibeathon banner not showing at the top of the site? Better T-Stack. Fooled by Prime said, Happy New Year. His resolution is less vibe living, more vibe coding. Focus up. Let's go. Let's go, man. Yeah, so just so that you guys are all clued in, we're kind of doing some exploration here. So right now, the goal is, like, the goal of today's stream is we're just trying to explore a couple different things because we have a huge event coming up next week, the Vibeathon. And for that week, we're going to be working on a special project that you guys are going to learn about here shortly. So, you know, I'm just kind of gearing up for that project and deciding, hey, what stack do I actually want it to be on? And depending on that stack, I want to make sure that I actually get, you know, myself sorted of, hey, what are we going to be doing so I don't go into it blind? So there's a lot of thoughts and planning that we're going to be thinking about beforehand. Now, I think who was it? He said that I was over-engineering. The thing is like, yes, I do agree. Hey, you want to just start building. Right now, though, I will say that right now, you know, as you guys know, we've built ViewCreator, and ViewCreator is now the virality engine behind BridgeMind. And what we're doing now is because I do have a goal that I've had for a while to do this particular project, and that's why we're going out to Florida for this Vibeathon event. Okay, so I need to change this banner. Okay, the banner needs to say the official BridgeMind Vibeathon, and it needs to match the theme of the project, not this purple gradient. It needs to be professional. Fix this styling, respectively. So yes, the Vibeathon, there's going to be a video about it tomorrow. Create that project with Better T-Stack, and you'll thank me. What is Better T-Stack? Let's look it up. Better T-Stack. Just so we can look it up. Better T-Stack. All right, Better T-Stack, a modern CLI tool for scaffolding end-to-end type-safe TypeScript projects with best practice and customizable. That's cool. Better T-Stack. What is this and how can I use it? All right, that is done. So BridgeMind Vibeathon. All right, $1,000 in prizes. Enter now. And then very simply, we'll just make this a page. Great. I now need you to create the page for entering the Vibeathon. Excuse me, guys. I'm sick. So this is my third startup. So, yeah, for those of you that know me, I've been a business owner and founder. This is my third startup. My last company was an online therapy platform. Okay, Better T-Stack is an open source scaffolding tool and stack builder for modern TypeScript projects that helps you quickly generate full stack application templates without manually wiring up frameworks and configuration. It's aimed at developers who want a customizable, type-safe, best practice base for apps similar in spirit to the popular T3 stack, but more flexible and modular. Key characteristics: CLI-driven project scaffolder. It creates a new project with your chosen components using commands. So you pick the front end, back end, API layer, routing, and more in an interactive setup. Type safe by default, built around TypeScript and generators that integrate typing across front-end, API, and database. Minimal and lean templates, avoid unnecessary boilerplate so that you only include what you need. Supports mono reapers and modern tooling. That's interesting. All right. Yeah, so I think that one thing that people get very, very confused with is whenever you're starting a business, if you're in the startup world, the ultimate goal is a liquidity event. So in most cases, even with the case of BridgeMind, I'm building BridgeMind for a lot of reasons. But in my mind, as a business owner, I'm not aiming to build BridgeMind so that I can be making X amount of dollars per month. I'm building BridgeMind to get to a liquidity event. And that is the ultimate goal whenever you're in startups. You don't get paid by making a goofy $10,000 a month and calling it a day. Basically, how you make money in startups is you build up a company that has a bunch of assets, and you build up a brand, and then ultimately you get to a liquidity event. And that is the ultimate focus of what a business owner and a startup owner does. Is you don't get the payouts. I mean, you can be a business owner, and I probably won't make $1 from this business until I get to a liquidity event. So for example, it's not my goal to be taking dividends or checks out of BridgeMind. Every dollar that this business makes is going to be reinvested back into the company because we're working towards a liquidity event. So I don't know if that makes sense to you all, but a liquidity event is the ultimate goal in an entrepreneur and startup founder's eyes. It's not to just build up I mean, once I even get to like $20,000 a month, I'm going to be building up the business. I'm going to be bringing on more Vibe coders. I'm going to be building on more people to the team, and I'm going to probably be losing money for a decent amount of time because my goal is not to build up a grossing business that's generating a bunch of cash flow, which that is a goal, but not so that I can get dividends and payouts personally, rather so that I can build up a company that can be scaled and then sold ultimately, so that I can have a liquidity event. Right now, this is called Hackathon. Make sure that this is changed so that this page is now the Vibeathon page. SG said, if I had time, I would love to join the Vibeathon. Yeah, there's going to be more information coming out about it tomorrow. No, a liquidity event is a buyout. All right. All right, this can be removed here. This SVG can be removed. All right. So I don't like how I put the Vibeathon in the page. I don't like how you put the Vibeathon in the nav bar. I only wanted it in the top portion of the site. The camera angle changed. What is it, fallen? What prompt did I use for the waving colorful animation? I actually used 21st Dev for that. So there's like reusable components on 21st Dev. All right, enter Vibeathon. So when I go here, gonna go to that page now. That's just still going to Hackathon. But this is an issue with cursor where I have to like refresh, right? When I am clicking the enter Vibeathon button, it still takes me to a Hackathon page. Fix this. This page literally needs to be called Vibeathon now, not Hackathon. All right, let's hit some push-ups, guys. All right, 50 bomb, let's go. All right, we're up to 190. All right, so that's now 404, perfect. So now if we go back, this should be redirecting to the Vibeathon page. Perfect. Make the styling here much better, make it more compact. Also have a form for entering the Vibeathon. I'm using cursor right now for anybody wondering because I'm doing styling. So I like to use Gemini 3 Pro for the styling configuration there. Let's go back to Warp though, because we are going to need to do a couple things in the back end for the Vibeathon. So like one of the biggest goals, so we are learning a little bit about Supabase today. I think what we've learned there is we may want to take a little bit of a step back because we actually may want to keep it on RDS. That may be a better option for what we're going to be doing next week. But being able to learn Supabase I think is important. It's just that, hey, are we even going to be using like some of the features with Supabase? I don't know. So, all right, let's go here. So I'm now going to add the Vibeathon page. All right, hold on. Review the Vibeathon page. I need you to review this because I now need you to create the entity in the database as well as the API and backend routes associated with people being able to sign up for the Vibeathon. the table needs to take in the user's Discord username, their GitHub profile URL, and the URL of the GitHub repo that they are entering into the Vibeathon. Note that the Vibeathon will be allowing people to enter with open source projects that are tools. Hold on. The winner of the Vibeathon will win $1,000 and be voted on January 14th. I now need you to build the entities in, excuse me guys. All right, so you guys are getting a little bit of behind the scenes of what we're gonna be doing tomorrow, of what I'm gonna be announcing right now, but I also need you to create the API routes for people being able to enter the Vibeathon. Note that I want to protect this endpoint with a reCAPTCHA using the similar turnstile integration that you see in other areas of the website, particularly the job applications for Vibecoder and Video Editor on the site. You can go to the jobs page for reference for this. Okay. Create a structured plan in a README with different phases of this implementation. I also need in this structured README the generation of the migrations as well as running them so that we update the database respectively, running npm run migration generate and npm run migration run. All right, cool. So that's my prompt there. What are the goals of today? So the goals of today is we're gonna do 500 push-ups, 100 pull-ups. We're already 190 push-ups in, 10 pull-ups in. Then a goal is to learn Supabase, but then also the BridgeMind AI site revamp is very important. You guys are seeing a little bit about the behind the scenes today, but tomorrow I'm announcing an official Vibeathon. There's gonna be a YouTube video for it that explains it in more depth. So you guys are seeing a little bit about the behind the scenes, so you're gonna get a little bit of hints in this stream. But next week is probably gonna be the biggest event that we've had at BridgeMind to date. We are hosting a Vibeathon, and the winner of the Vibeathon is going to win $1,000. So it's gonna be a big deal. More information. There's gonna be more information in a video tomorrow, but it's gonna be good. I mean, I'll just say this, you know, something, because people are talking about investments and stuff. So I did have a, and I don't know, this is, I have people that are coming to me offering me hundreds of thousands of dollars in investment for BridgeMind. This is not something that I'm going to make a big deal out of because it kind of comes with a little bit with the territory. But I have people approaching me telling me that they'll invest hundreds of thousands of dollars in my business. They don't even care how much percentage they get. And there's a reason for that, right? They see what we're building. They see what we're doing. And I'm saying, no, I don't want the investment yet because, hey, I probably will do potentially a funding round at some point in 2026 based off of how things go. But even right now, I think people are seeing the potential of it, and they're offering me significant amounts of money for investment into the business. And right now, I'm not interested because in my last business, you know, I did have investors. And once you have investors, once you have co-founders, once you have anybody that has a financial interest in your business, the stakes go up quite a lot, and I'll tell you why. Like right now, I own 100% of BridgeMind, right? I'm fully self-funding this, And I'm doing that for a reason. First of all, if you self-stake in your company too early, you are going to lose a significant portion of your company very early on. So you want to be able to build up capital and build up assets and IP and different parts of your business before even looking for outside capital, because if they take on equity, your equity is going to sell for a lot less, right? And you're not going to be able to raise as much money. You could end up losing a significant portion of your business for not that much money, right? So you need to be careful with that. So that's why right now I am just totally self-funding, because I've learned from my mistakes, just in terms of, hey, once you have additional investors that have an ownership in your business, the business is no longer fully yours, if that makes sense. It's you've got outside people that have a financial interest, and obviously their voice they are going to have a very large say now, if that makes sense. So we did fully migrate to App Router. That was easy. I need you to launch 10 agents that will do an in-depth review of the styling in the code base. And that's the thing, is like, what I try to do with you guys is I just try to be as transparent as I can be. And that's definitely something that's like interesting to me, is it's like, hey, obviously BridgeMind is doing very well because of what we're building, because of the community, because of the trajectory, because, you know, all of these factors. And like, that's one thing that you guys should know, is that there is like significant interest in investors trying to come in to the company. So I don't know what I'll end up doing with that. I'll make a decision later on. But for right now, it's like, you guys know how much money I've invested in the business personally. I'm comfortable with that amount that's currently invested. Out of that amount, we haven't lost too much money. Like, I've been in situations where we were burning $50,000 a month, and I know how to not do that. I'm very careful to not to do that. Hold on, did it even remove this? Like, if I go back to this page here, let's go here. There's like a small gap in between the header and this. There is a slight gap between the header and the Vibeathon banner. Yeah, I'm not really too worried about that, SG. And the reason for it is that, you know, the streaming and everything that we're doing here is building up quite a lot for us. It's essentially building up like a big marketing channel in a brand. So the thing is like, hey, with the streaming, I'm okay with people knowing what we're building, because, hey, we're building a community and we're building a brand, and that has a huge factor in terms of like just the business as a whole, right? It's a huge factor. So I would not stop streaming or anything like that anytime soon, as that's like a very integral part of the mission. Yeah, the code is not the barrier to entry. Like, anybody can go and they can try and copy like, hey, an AI clipping agent, and hey, just because you build an AI clipping agent doesn't mean that it's going to be successful or anybody's ever going to use it, right? There's business execution that goes into it. Note that there is only one winner, and the winner gets $1,000, and the prize is paid out in Bitcoin. All right, so this is building out this Vibeathon module. Yeah, well said. Linux said it's a big pie, bigger than most folks seem to understand. It's fine to build in public. Besides, software is only half the battle. Folks behind it matter also. 100%. Yep, very well said, Linux. How much am I paying for Claude? I pay $200 a month for Claude. All right. There seems to be like this weird banner here. So yeah, so to enter the Vibeathon, people are just going to have to put in their Discord username. They're going to have to put in their GitHub profile, and then they're also going to have to paste in the, it's going to be an open source project, like whoever can build, and I'll announce it more tomorrow, and I'm going to have better wording for it then. But for this Vibeathon, pretty much you guys are going to have 10 days to build the most impactful open source vibe coding tool. And whoever builds and submits the biggest vibe coding tool that's open source for people to actually use, whether it's an MCP or whether it's an actual platform or whether it's a tool that we can use, whatever it looks like, it needs to be open source and we need to be able to test it. And at the end of this 10-day period of the Vibeathon, it will be voted by the BridgeMind community, and whoever gets the most votes is going to win the whole prize. But there's gonna be more on that tomorrow. I'm just kind of spitballing here, so. Yeah, Ian with Redbird said, winning is fun, continue to win and bring people along is way more fun, 100%. Yeah, I'll probably go over like costs and stuff. I'm expecting that in 2026, I'll probably do like a Q1 report. This is something that I wanted to do early on, but I do need to get like a CPA involved so that we have like a formatted way of doing accounting and presenting. But I was thinking that, you know, it would be cool to have a Q1 report for BridgeMind in 2026. That's a little bit premature, but definitely an idea. Are the prizes cash? Yeah, it's Bitcoin. It'll just be $1,000 Bitcoin to the winner. This is not right. I'm literally setting this up right now. It doesn't have any context of what I'm doing. But you guys are just kind of seeing me put this together. Just there we go. Yeah. So yeah, so your GitHub profile and the project repository URL. And yeah, so this is, you're going to submit your project. There's also going to be a turnstile on this. What about the limits? Are they enough for you? Yeah, so I use Claude Code because Opus 4.5 is like by far the best at this point. Hold on here. We're not going to do the votes. That's just one thing that Hallucinating just added in. I didn't even ask for that. I did not ask for the votes in the is winner field. I want you to remove those as they are not needed, and I did not ask you for them. Generate and run the migrations after you update that. Yeah. I apologize for adding the unnecessary fields. Also, guys, if you guys are watching, haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Right now, we got 228 likes. 300 likes, I'm going to be doing a cold plunge. At 500 likes, I am going to be doing a review of OpenCode, which is a popular vibe coding tool that is gaining a ton of traction. So we're going to try that today. If we get the chance, we get to 500 likes. All right, so this one's working. That one's done. There are just certain instances where I just am not a big fan. Like, do you guys notice how there's like this outer ring? I don't know if you guys noticed this. Hold on here. Yeah, so the website, like, the thing is, I think a big thing about vibe coding, a lot of people ask, they say, hey, what about security? The thing is that you need to remember is that agentic coding is it's an extension of the developer. So for example, if you understand how to navigate vulnerabilities, and if you understand cybersecurity and what's needed on the infrastructure level, if you understand what's needed on like the, let's just say the code level, right, in your services, you can actually build a very secure application. Now, if you don't know anything about security, you don't know anything about infrastructure, yeah, it's gonna be a problem. But I will say that you can learn those things as you go. So just one thing to notice. All right, so let's start a new agent here. On this page here, do you notice how there is like a weird background? Like, you can see at the edge there that the dark background does not span. There's almost like a weird padding down the page. I don't know if you noticed that, but it is, if you look at the Vibeathon section, there is a dark background. The div elements do not span the width. There's some padding and the colors are different, which makes it look bad. Agentic coding is not secure. Well, the thing is agentic coding, remember, it's a extension of the developer. So yeah, if you have no idea what you're doing, it's not gonna be very secure if you don't do anything for security. Like if you just ask it to build an auth system, it's going to put your JWT in local storage. But hey, if you actually prompt it to use Passport and to be able to do secure same-site cookies, for example, you can build a decent auth system. Or if you integrate with, let's say, Cognito or BetterAuth or the native Supabase auth, all these different systems, like I think people they have these like black boxes and they want to make you fearful, right? They're like, oh, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. Well, the thing is that once you have something that does work, that has been proven, where you say, hey, this is, you know, you're proving what's possible. I think that those arguments then, because they're not rooted in intelligent arguments, it is a little bit like, well, what's your basis for that argument, right? Or are you just saying that to just say it, right? And I think that that's something that can be said. All right. I need you to make a new blog post about the BridgeMind Vibeathon. All right. Make sure that the form is protected with a reCAPTCHA. Hold on, I actually need to use the same approach that is used on this page. An ultra think. I don't like the Claude Chrome extension. I don't like it when it asks even to use it. All right, guys, let's hit a 50 bomb. Let's go. We're up to 190. Let's hit some pull-ups as well. Let's go. This agent's going to work for us for a little bit. I need you to launch 10 agents that review. I do not like it when it tries to use that, but that's fine. Buttons and styling needs to be consistent throughout the site. All right, let's go. All right, 50 bomb, let's go. All right, up to 240. Let's hit the pull-ups too. All right, let's keep going, guys. All right, so turnstile is enabled there. All right, perfect. submitted projects. So like you see here, so test. All right, so I'll just enter my URL here. Let's enter both here. Well, that's good because that's only enabled in production. So can you make it so that, no, that's fine. All right, perfect. All right, let's move the desk down. How long will the stream be? Not sure yet. I do have like COVID or something. So I think you guys just got bear with me a little bit today. But we're working through it. Okay. All right, the official BridgeMind Vibeathon, January 4th to January 14th, $1,000 in prizes. Enter Vibeathon. Here's what it looks like. Okay. There are more pages that do that, for example, the home page as well. I'm using WhisperFlow. Yeah, I don't think, yeah, I think that I think I'll be better tomorrow, honestly. I think I'll be better tomorrow. I appreciate it, though. This needs to be professionally written. Right now, it's all cringy with code with vibes, win big. It needs to be incredibly professional. Write it very, very professionally. It should be serious. All right, we got 226 people watching. If you guys have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Let's do a quick sub check. Where are we at? We are at 21,162 subscribers. Shout out to you guys. This is the fastest vibe coding community on the internet. I think we're getting close to 2,400 members in the Discord. But today we are working on, like right now, we're working on revamping the BridgeMind website because I haven't revisited this in a long time. Pretty much when I started BridgeMind, I built the website and it was just like very announcing the 2026 BridgeMind Vibeathon, advancing open source AI development. Note that the open source project that the person makes must be a tool that enables vibe coders. So for example, it could be an MCP that is a vibe coding MCP that enables and improves the vibe coding workflow, just as an example. Okay. Assume the identity of a professional writer. Yeah. I need you to review the homepage of the website. Right now it's very text heavy, and I need you to update it so that it is more component driven and visually driven with custom unique components that are special and easy to understand. And I also need the site to be techy and not so text heavy. As you can see, all of these sections are super, super tech heavy. And I need you to update this so that it follows the professional theme. No ugly gradients. Follow the BridgeMind brand and remove all these emojis and icons. Make it super, super professional and unique. Update the pages respectively. A couple of things to know about BridgeMind is that BridgeMind is the fastest growing vibe coding community on the internet. And it is a community full of builders and innovators that are on the cutting edge of the agentic coding revolution. Note that the words agentic coding and vibe coding are interchangeable. Okay, we'll see what it comes up with. How does cursor work? So cursor, for example, I have the cursor, what is it? The cursor ultra plan. So I have a ton of usage inside of cursor, and I'll just use that usage, you know, as I do prompts and stuff. But right now I'm using Gemini 3 Pro to kind of do a little bit of a restyling of the website. It just needs a revamp. It's kind of, I don't know why it keeps using this purple gradient. It always does that. Yeah. Let's see how it does it. I'll do that. I'll do that. I think that's a good idea. Assume the identity of a professional writer and rewrite the BridgeMind Vibeathon blog. Also, call it just the announcing the BridgeMind Vibeathon and have the dates January 4th to 14th in the title. Okay. Okay, so what's nice about cursor, which we're using mainly for like, whenever I'm doing anything related to UI, it's incredibly useful to use cursor because I'm using a browser tool here, right? So I can use the browser inside of cursor, and it's very nice because here are my agents that are running, and then I can just manage and look at kind of like what it's doing inside here. So this is going to revamp the homepage, which is very important. Make sure you know that there are no longer any courses, so remove courses from this page. Also, make sure that you modernize the styling of this page. If there are no open positions, have a placeholder and improve the styling when there are no positions open. Excuse me. All right. Vibeathon is one word. Yeah, Claude Code is definitely king as of now. Alvin said, are we only allowed to use cursor, Claude, and VO, or can we build anything using what we want? Yeah, you can build anything. So this is very early on. Like, I'm just using AI. I'm going to craft this probably off stream to what it actually is. Let me update that now, though. Note that they can use any AI tool that they want. But yeah, there's going to be a video on this announcing it. You guys are just kind of seeing me behind the scenes revamp this website and prepare a little bit for what next week is going to hold, because next week is probably going to be the biggest week of this series to date. It's going to be a 10-day period. As you guys know, I am going to Florida, and we're basically going to be going insanely hard during this Vibeathon event, and it's going to be something like you guys have never seen before. So what you're seeing right now is you're just seeing me build the back-end logic for this so that people can actually see what it's about and then enter. But yeah, I'm gonna announce this tomorrow. There's gonna be a video on it. All right. Improve the section here. It doesn't look good. I don't like the icon. Maybe it should just be a list of bullet points. For example, voting January 14th, that can be a bullet point that says that the winner will be voted by the BridgeMind community on January 14th. All right, what's this homepage? Let's see what it did with the homepage. It does say that it's done. All right, this is a little bit better. I want you to update the website. There are no courses offered by BridgeMind. Remove on this site any instance or courses that exist. There are no courses. Excuse me, guys. I'm going through it. SG said the way I use AI is like a pair coding. I'm coding with AI versus AI taking full control of the code. Of course, this would slow down by 10x since I am the bottleneck now. I don't think that's enough. You gotta do what works for you, right? There is no curriculum. That's so annoying. I don't like the hero section. Make it more compact. I don't want it to be 100 VH. Also, remove the overlay. You put an overlay on it. I want less spacing from the nav bar. I mean, this will find it, so let's just submit that. Okay. All right, so January 4th to 14th, build and submit your AI-powered app. I mean, it needs to be changed a little bit. The content here needs to be updated a little bit. It's not an AI-powered app. It's an open source. It needs to be an open source tool that can be used by the BridgeMind community that enables agentic coding, or some type of tool that empowers agentic coders or vibe coders, not just an AI-powered app. Gemini over Opus for styling, yes. Also, guys, let's hit some push-ups. We are at, what are we at? We're at 240 already, so we're almost halfway there. We've only done 20 pull-ups. We need to catch up on the pull-ups here. But let's get after it, guys. Let's go. All right, 40 bomb, let's go. R up 280. No, so it's an open source tool that empowers agentic coders, is what this is. Why is this one not done yet? Oh, this is still queued. I hit the gym as well. SG said he just did 10 push-ups. Let's go. Let's go, man. My name is Matthew. The video is going to come out tomorrow morning on the Vibeathon. So you guys are just going to see the little bit of the behind the scenes here. All right, so I hate it when this happens. Oh my gosh. This always happens now with cursor. Specifically cursor with Gemini. So annoying. All right, let's hit some pull-ups. I'm back. All right. All right, this looks a lot better. Let's go. Let's go. That looks really good. That is exactly what I wanted. Finally. Okay. So as you guys know, hey, this is a goal for us because I think that this community is about to level up. You know, I've been doing this for a while now, and I think that I'm starting to understand marketing a little bit better, and I know that next week is going to be big for this community, so I want to make sure that our site is ready for this. For this text here, it's a little bit hard to see it just because it's gray text on a black background. Would you fix this so that it's a little bit more readable? No, 10 days. It's going to be 10 days. Because that's how long... Basically, there's going to be more information coming out. But yeah, it's going to be 10 days. Because we're basically going to be working like 12 hours a day for 10 days straight. I'm going to be doing a sprint on this particular task. And you guys are going to be joining along with me. So, is it responsive? Yeah, let's see. It's a lot of text. This is a little bit text heavy in my opinion. For the Vibeathon banner, would you have a bottom border on it that separates it from the nav bar? I'm pretty sure I do new agent. Yeah, nice. And drop in. This is the benefit of using cursor for UI. Very, very easy. Up here, that's awesome. Okay. For this section here, I want it to say over 20,000 community members. Remove the projects shipped. Yeah, so OM, that's actually hilarious. So he said, how do you post on Instagram? It says an hour ago, but you were streaming at that time. So that's actually a perfect question. So somebody in the chat asked, how did you post on Instagram even though you've been streaming? So that's what we've built with ViewCreator. ViewCreator is the virality engine that we've built. And one of the reasons why this community has been so successful is because, hey, we're backed by the virality engine that we've created in ViewCreator. And literally, I'm posting hundreds of posts a day using ViewCreator, and I don't even have to lift a finger. I clip all the content I'm creating using ViewCreator, and then I'm able to automatically schedule and post it using ViewCreator. So I can be streaming, I can be doing all the things that I'm doing, and I have a virality engine that's behind me. How will the winner be selected? Will you only do by vote? Yes, so it's going to be a vote. And there's going to be more. So there's a couple details. I know that everybody probably has a lot of questions. I do need to sort out a little bit of the details off stream. Like I'm going to be thinking about it later this evening about, different angles of things I want to do. But yes, I'm anticipating that this is going to be decided by vote, and there's going to be more information about it tomorrow. So expect that. Note that this is not... I need you to search the internet and actually get the most up-to-date information here. For example, in the Vibe stack have Cursor, Windsurf, Codex, Claude Code, Gemini, and other associated vibe coding tools. This is a little bit outdated. Okay. All right, this is actually looking a lot better. This I don't like this section here. I'm not a fan of this section here. Redesign it. It's too plain, text heavy. It needs to be a component that's really unique and visually makes sense. I don't know. Makes sense visually. Leandro, what's up? GeoDev Space said OpenWorms Viv wins medals. Let's go. Have you used font awesome or smart icons with brand icons? Yes. You don't really like the wave? Yeah, I don't really know how I feel about it either. It's been so long since I built that yeah, I kind of agree with you. I don't really like the animated background behind the hero section. Would you review where that's coming from and remove it and replace it with a custom background that is futuristic and not so distracting? Hokie said that for grid, I like bento grid design. All right. Yeah, visually pleasing. How do you deploy? I deploy on AWS. All right. So that's gonna get taken out. I agree. I'm not a big fan of that. Yeah, 30 more likes until the cold plunge. Everybody like the stream. Let's go. Let's hit some push-ups while these agents are working for us. Let's go, 40 bomb. All right, well now it's just a grid. Good work. Would you make the grid a little bit animated and more noticeable? Right now I can hardly see it. All right, so we're up to 320 on the push-ups. 320 here. Let's hit some pull-ups. All right, we're up to 40. Hamza, yes, that would be useful. All right, why is this still not... Would you still make it stand out a little bit more? Review the screenshot. It's very hard to see the grid. I like that much better. Just a simple dark theme, you know? I think that for BridgeMind, the brand is very simple. Just very futuristic. Tell it to use Framer.js magic for animations. I think Google AI Studio can be good. I've heard that a lot of people are using it. There we go. That's better. Would you make this white text instead of this ugly blue? Would you integrate Framer.js magic for animations on the home page? All right, shout out to SG and Yusuf. Here we go. Animations coming in. I'm using Cursor right now with Gemini 3 Pro because that's one of the best styling models. I don't like this section. This section is a little bit off brand and off theme. I don't like all the icons. Also, I am more of a fan of the dark and light styling instead of all the color that you've integrated in this section. All right, launch another agent. Thanks, Linux. Yeah, we'll see what this does. So this is going to integrate animations using, what was it, Magic.js. What do I think about anti-gravity? I haven't tried it a ton. It's a little bit beta to me from just my initial thoughts. Yeah, but the thing is if you're building it, like, I can't use it in my code base, right? With Google, I mean, it's not really about, for me, I already use Cursor, and I have a Cursor Ultra plan, so it's like I'm going to use that, right? Add in the Discord icon logo onto this button. Improve the styling of this page. Also note that there is now 2,300 members in the Discord. Improve the styling to match that of the home page. Be more compact, more professional. Also, I don't like all the purple. Like for the text, it kind of should just be white on that black background. A community poll for design decisions. That is a good idea. All right, I'll drop this in. I will say it is nice to use Cursor when you're launching multi-agents because you can manage them all up here. Now, it does get a little bit, it's harder to manage multi-agents here. I do like how it names them, though. Thanks, Linux. When do I usually eat my first meal? I eat at, just like, I have a big smoothie at the start of the day, and then I usually don't eat a bunch on stream. So I'll usually have, like, breakfast and dinner. I usually skip lunch just because I'm streaming and I've got so much going on. Okay, let's see what it did for the animations. So reload, you can see animations there. There's a couple things that's still working on. We'll let it finish up, but okay, I do have an issue here. If you look at the website, there is margin or padding that is causing issues. If you look at the sections here, you'll notice that there is some padding and spacing between each different section of the project. Would you identify and pinpoint exactly what is causing this? Look at the screenshot closely at the edge of the page of the website. It's just this here. Diagnose this and pinpoint exactly what's causing this. Albin said that he's getting burned out. Listen, the thing about burnout is there are things that you can do to prevent it. Exercise is a big one. You know, if you're just sitting at home and you're just like on your computer all day, I found that to be like very, very draining. That's why I personally do a lot of the working out, and I do a lot of the push-ups while I'm working. I do a lot of the cold plunges and other things I do to prevent burnout. Yeah, it does. That 2-footer issue is a problem, isn't it? Right here. Like, this just can be removed here. This section can be removed. There are like 2 footers basically. Remove this. The bottom border is good. There are 2 footers. Yeah. Oh wow, yeah, it fixed it. That one fixed this one very fast. Yeah, it was just in the global CSS. Nice. Ultra footer, yeah. Veershaw, what's up? Yeah, so the goals for today is the biggest thing that we're working on right now is the BridgeMind site revamp. So I've already been mentioning it on stream. I haven't made an official announcement, so everybody that watches the streams, you guys are the first ones to know. So you're getting a little bit of behind the scenes. But next week is going to be the biggest event that we've had with BridgeMind to date. we are hosting a Vibeathon where more information is going to come out tomorrow. I'm going to make a YouTube video with the announcement, but the winner of the Vibeathon is going to win $1,000. And it's a 10-day event, and there's going to be more information coming out on it tomorrow. But next week is going to be big for us, and we are prepping for this event. So we're kind of revamping the BridgeMind website, which hasn't been done in a long time. So today, kind of like the biggest goal, we did learn Supabase because next week we are doing a very, very specific sprint on a particular product that we're going to be building. ViewCreator is up and running. It's generating revenue. And right now, I have in my goal book, a strategy and a plan. And there is something that I'm working towards. I think that plan will play out in 2026. But this is something that we're going to have to do and is part of my strategy ultimately with the business. So we're having the Vibeathon, and we're going to be working on a very, very difficult sprint. We're going to be going for about 12 hours a day every single day next week during this Vibeathon. And like I said, the winner's going to get $1,000. It's January 4th to the 14th. Make sure you guys like and subscribe if you haven't already. We're only 5 likes away from our Cold Plunge. Yes, this is my full-time job. And yeah, next week is going to be big for us. So I'm kind of prepping for that. We have to update the website just to make sure that everything is good to go, because I know we're going to get hit with a ton of web traffic tomorrow. So this looks fine. Would you use the X icon instead of the Twitter icon for the footer? This looks good. All right. I actually liked what it had said before. I'm not a big fan of what you did. You not only changed the styling, but you also changed the content, and I did not like what you changed. Fix this. Switch it back to join the movement, not join the community. Also, I don't like how it's just I don't like how it's a 100 VH section. That is just a, container. Fix this. It needs to rest on the page. I liked the styling before a little bit better, but I did want you to improve that styling. Try again. Who all can participate in the Vibeathon? Anybody can participate. If you're interested, you'll be able to enter. More information will come out tomorrow, though, on that. Hey, look who it is. Hung, Happy New Year, man. Good to see you. Happy New Year. Yeah, so King Gamer, so this is my 3rd startup. And just as a reminder, it's like, I think a lot of people, they ask, like, hey, what are you working towards? From previous startups, and just my perspective on it is, whenever you're in business, the ultimate goal as a startup founder and as a business owner is a liquidity event. The goal is to not just create some app that has, $10,000 a month in MRR. The goal is to create an actual brand, an actual business that has value that people would want to acquire, right? So that's what I'm doing with BridgeMind, and what I'm working towards is a liquidity event. And there's a reason that I'm working towards that, but just so everybody's on the same page, that's the ultimate goal as a startup founder, because usually you're going to be investing money back into your business. You're going to be investing money back into the company. It's not very smart to just, as soon as you're making money, to be taking out a bunch of dividends. You actually want to make it so that you're investing all of the money back into the business so that you stay alive for long enough to be able to see a liquidity event, because that's where, as a business owner, you're going to make the most money. All right, we do need to do a cold plunge. We just passed 300 likes, so we are going to do a cold plunge, guys. We've made a lot of progress. I do want to launch one agent just with an npm run build. So let's launch one agent. This one's, I need you to run npm run build and fix any build errors and continue fixing build errors until the site is building successfully. All right, so I'm going to launch a couple different things. So let's use Claude Opus for this. So I'm going to launch 2 Claude agents. So we're going to have these agents working for us. Why is Claude not running? What the heck? Oh, I spelled it wrong. All right, yeah, we're going to do a cold plunge here, guys. Also, I am fighting a sickness right now, but It's all good. I show up every day no matter what. All right, let's launch Claude again. Yeah, we're about to hit a cold plunge, guys. Let's go. All right, BridgeMind UI. I need you to do an in-depth review and breakdown of this site in its SEO strategy, and I need you to launch 5 agents that will analyze our existing SEO strategy and pinpoint things that we can do to make sure that every page has the respective SEO metadata, so that we have title tags, keyword tags, description tags, as well as keywords that are integrated into the site. Keywords like agentic coding, vibe coding, BridgeMind are very important for this site. Also, I need you to make sure that you create a sitemap.tsx file or page that actually just has a UI of all the pages on the site. This will be good for search engines. Also, make sure that our txt file, our robots.txt file, is up to date with the best practices for a robots.txt file. Also, we need an llms.txt file so that we make sure that we properly are ranking in LLM systems. Do an in-depth deep dive and come back with a complete README that is a structured plan of ways that we can improve our SEO for this website. All right, guys, we got 270 people watching. If you guys are just tuning in, what's up? How's it going? We are about to do a cold plunge, so we just passed 300 likes. At 500 likes, we are going to be doing a review of OpenCode, which is an up-and-coming, vibe coding tool. But before we do that, I have these 2 agents working so that when we get back, we'll be able to deal with them. And the biggest goal for today is to do the BridgeMind AI site revamp, because tomorrow we are announcing our Vibeathon, and I want to make sure that before I release that YouTube video and it becomes a thing, that I make sure that the site is actually ready. And we actually have not updated the BridgeMind website in a long time, so a little bit overdue. So that's what we're doing today. That's the main mission. We also were doing a review of Supabase, because during the Vibeathon, I'm going to be working on a very particular sprint. We're going to be doing something very, very cutting edge next week during the Vibeathon, and I want to make sure that I'm ready to go. But with that being said, let's get everything ready for the cold plunge. Let me switch you guys over to the FBI cam. Hold on here. All right, guys, so I'm gonna throw my swim trunks on. These agents are gonna be working. I will be right back. All right, I'll be back, guys. Keep an eye on these agents for me if you could, guys. All right, I'm back, guys. All right, time to do the cold plunge. These look like they're working all right. We'll let this one's important. This is for SEO, so we'll be able to improve that by the time we get back. But let's let me switch up a couple things and we'll get started. We'll go do a cold plunge. Let's go. All right, let's go, guys. All right, so here's the POV. Here's the stream setup. Got the chat over here. That's what it looks like. Got our agents. All right, everything looks good. So let's go hit this. All right. Also, I think I've shown this before. But like, for example, these are just like a couple of the books that I've read in the past, like I think like 18 months. There's a couple of good ones on here. Just a lot of stuff that's like, this one's good. Just like character. This one, The Road to Character. Like having good character is incredibly important to me. So I read books associated with that. Also stuff like, this one's really interesting. Chasing Daylight is a memoir about Eugene O'Kelly, who was the CEO of like a very big accounting firm, like a Big Five accounting firm, and he ended up getting diagnosed with terminal brain cancer, and he only had a couple years, or not years, months. He had like 3 months to live. So he made a memoir while he was dying that basically talked about what the purpose of his life was and how he approached dying and knowing that he was going to die in 3 months. That one was good. Atomic Habits is good. Discipline is Destiny is good. Outliers is good. Also, here are some of the software development books that I read. So when I first started learning how to code, I ordered just a bunch of textbooks so I could get a baseline understanding of software development. So these all really did help me a lot. And then just like stuff like this, like Super Pumped is good. That's about the CEO of Uber, stuff like that. Ego is the Enemy is a really good one by Ryan Holiday. This book is about basically like if you're aspiring to do something great, or if you're failing, or even in success, to be able to keep your ego in check. Now, here's my vitamins here. I've got the Dayquil, NyQuil, all the vitamins. I am sick right now, but with that being said, let's hit a cold plunge, guys. Let's go. All right, so as you guys know, cold plunge, here's what it looks like. So right now, so I keep this cold plunge very cold. I do go to like a cold plunge place, but this one, it's at 43 degrees, which is a couple degrees colder than the cold plunge place that I go to. But yeah, this is Orca. And yeah, I think it's just a great way to be able to kind of reset your mind. And I'll do it like once or twice a day. And it does just help me kind of like focus and stuff pretty well. So let's get the camera set up and let's do a cold plunge. But then after we do the cold plunge, remember we have AI agents that are still working for us right now. So we're gonna get right back to the grind. But I'm gonna put the camera here and just make sure. I have to run upstairs and grab something, but I'll be right back, guys. Alright. Somebody said that we're kidnapped in the garage. That's funny. Alright, I do have chat pulled up. Alright, guys. Let's go. You guys know the drill. So I usually do 2 minutes is like the healthy amount to do, so come on. Set a timer for 2 minutes. All right, let's go. Don't even think about it, just get in. Woo! go. Woo. Okay. All right. W's in the chat. Now we are refreshed. Probably should not be doing that when I already am like sick, but it's all right. Let's go back to the grind. That one agent was working on the SEO for us, so I'm interested to see, like, hey, we'll be able to update our robots.txt file, we're able to update our LLM.txt file, all those things are going to be good. Yeah, also piano. All right. Let's get back to the grind, get back to the lab. All right, here we are. Let's go. What's up, chat? We're back. All right. All right, sorry, we are back. I was muted. I'm gonna go throw my jeans on and my shirt back on, and then we'll get back to the grind. It looks like these agents are both done, so we'll get back to it. All right, what's up, chat? I'm back. All right. All right, I did not go to take a shower. I am back. Just had to put Get the shirt back on. All right, where's the music at? Hold up here. Where'd the music go? There we go. There we go. All right, so the couple things that we're going to be working on at the back half of the stream now, you know, we are going to be building and deploying this this site and this update. As you guys know, there's going to be a big announcement video for the BridgeMind Vibeathon coming out tomorrow. We are prepping for that, you know, and I'm kind of letting you guys know that, hey, this is a big deal. This is going to be a big event for us, and you guys are just kind of seeing me on the front end of it. I don't know how long I'm going to be streaming today. Just as a reminder, I am sick, so, yeah. All right, let's go. Okay, so what do these two do? So this one was working on our, okay, so keyword vibe, vibe coding. Note that the keyword that we're going to be targeting is not vibe. It's the long tail keyword vibe coding. And another long tail keyword that we're targeting is agentic coding. Another keyword that we are targeting is BridgeMind. These are the three most important keywords in the site. I need you to update the improvement plan accordingly with this added information. Okay, also, I have something really interesting to share with you guys. So, do you see how this says create OG images for social sharing? So, there is actually a way to do this. If you guys know what OG images are, it's OG stands for Open Graph. And Open Graph images are, you know, if you are sharing like a site on social media, you're sharing, like, let's say I paste in bridgemind.ai, that's going to be the image that shows when I post it on X, for example. So it's very important. Somebody asked, what's my workout routine? So I've been working out since I was 13 years old. So for the past 10 years, I've been working out like pretty much daily. I have older brothers who have been inspirations and just like role models for me growing up. So I got lucky because I was able to see, for example, just like my older brothers working out, and they kind of got me into it earlier than I would if I had just been, you know, didn't have older brothers, for example. The Rubber Duck Dev, what's up, man? It's been a long time no see. But also, guys, we are going to be doing at 500 likes. We're going to be trying out OpenCode. So at 500 likes, we are going to be trying out OpenCode. So I'm just going to put this here. So 500 likes equals OpenCode. And I'm going to change the poll in the chat as well. But this one's very important. Also, this one here. Note that anything related to courses throughout this entire project can be completely removed. There are no courses associated with BridgeMind. I need you to remove any references to this across the UI, the API, and the database. All right, Ultra Think. Hung said, I highly recommend the book Never Enough by Andrew Wilkinson. It's such a good book that I bought tons of them for gifts for my friends. That's awesome. Yeah, I think that I'll have to check that out. Let me stop this poll real quick, and we'll pull this up here. 1 second. Tokir, what's up, man? How's it going? All right, so 500 likes equals. I'm gonna be doing. I am. All right. So 500 likes, we're gonna try out OpenCode. Also, I do need to get the FBI cam set up, so give me 1 second, I'll be back. All right, I think this is good. Let me check real quick. All right, let's move the desk up, and I'm gonna adjust this just a little bit. I think that should be good there. All right, perfect. All right, cool. All right, so we still have, what is it? We've got about 180 push-ups left, and 60 pull-ups left. So we're a little bit behind on the pull-ups. But we'll get there. All right. Yeah, I've heard a lot of good things about OpenCode. Okay. Excuse me. Why do you keep talking about tutorials in an academy? You need to update the Claude MD file and the agents MD file and the SEO guide, because we do not have anything associated with courses or an academy. You need to remove any association with courses or an academy or anything of that sort. All right, I just have socks. Throw those over there. Any tips to minimize usage? There's a lot of different ways to do that. You know, I think that people use like Context 7 MCP to do that. There's like different MCPs that you can do for that. But yeah, I mean, for me, I just get on, I think the most important thing is less about like minimizing usage and more about just being on the correct plans where you're going to get the most usage. For example, like the Claude 20x max plan, right? You're just going to get a ton of usage out of that plan because you're able to use the best AI model, which is Opus 4.5, and you're able to use it in an amazing tool, Claude Code. And I'm not, sponsored by them, but I just, hey, because I'm on the cutting edge of this and because the BridgeMind community is on the cutting edge, like, hey, we understand, like, hey, Claude Code right now is ahead. If you look at Codex, if you look at Claude Code, it's obvious which one is better. So these two agents are working for us now. Okay, this looks good. So let's now pull up this. So this is what it looks like. Build the future, vibe code it. I don't know if I like this section here, honestly. I just vibe code it. I mean, just from a marketing standpoint, I like build the future a little bit better. Can you remove this from the hero? I don't like this text. Because what's interesting is I wonder when it will happen, or if it will happen, because I do see a lot of the big tech companies referring to vibe coding. So, when I knew that vibe coding was going to be like a word that people use, you can obviously see it in the data and the analytics. Wait, Super Combo Gamer said you should give OpenCode a try. I think you can use your Claude Max subscription for it as well. Yes, you can. I actually did see that, so I definitely do want to give that a try. I know that it's like trending right now in terms of just like a lot of people are using it, so I want to try it out. Again, if you guys saw my video from yesterday, one of the biggest things that you need to do if you are going to be a successful agentic coder or vibe coder is you need to adapt quickly. So anytime that there's a tool like that, for example, that people are recommending to me or that they're talking about, I always want to give it a shot so I can at least investigate it myself and say, hey, could this potentially fit in my workflow? In some cases, it's like, no, I don't like it because it just doesn't work for me. It's nothing necessarily to, why is it even launching that doesn't need to do that. Don't launch a browser control, just remove it. I didn't do it. All right, nice. Wait, what's going on here? I think that it's just the cache. There's an issue with the cache, probably. Oh, yes, definitely. Whoa. I see what the issue is here. What's the IDE? We're using Warp and Cursor. I saw you are hiring vibe coders at BridgeMind. Is the position paid? Yes, it is. Yeah. Well, here's my thing is that I'm curious as to whether or not, people are going to start referring to it as agentic coding, just right, because that's the actual like professional word for it, right? So it's like, people call Kleenex like tissues Kleenexes, right? Because Kleenex is a Kleenex and it's so widely used that people just call tissues Kleenex. Like, hey, can you hand me a Kleenex, right? But in fact, it's a tissue and it could be a totally different brand. But the thing that I'm curious about is, hey, is vibe coding, we can even look at like, we can look at Google Trends, or what would be good too is like if we go to vidIQ here, let's just go to vidIQ. This would be interesting to see here. Let's pull up vidIQ here. And what I want to do is I actually want to check out, hold on here. Let's check keywords. And what I want to see is I want to see vibe coding. I want to see how that actually is trending. So vibe coding, you can see that vibe coding peaked. And this is one really interesting thing about vibe coding in general is that, it does go up and down. So you can see that, it was getting 24,000 views per hour, and then it went up big time to 296 views per hour on this 22nd. What AI model was released on the 22nd or close to the 22nd of December? Was that the GPT hype? Yeah, GPT 5.2. Also, there was just a couple different models that were released, but you can see that now, it's definitely trending. But then if we look up agentic coding, is this being used more? I'm curious. Yeah, so agentic coding still is not used. So vibe coding is by far, in a way, the term that's being used. Oh, 777 said he applied as a video editor and got no response. Well, are you in the Discord? Because what you want to do is you want to also hit me up in the Discord. Yeah, it's not going away. Yeah. Okay, so what's going on here? I think this warp instance here is actually building out. It's got to clean up quite a bit. Note that we are also removing all logic associated with prompts, so that can be removed as well. Okay, these are both getting low on context. Sorry guys, I'm like super sick. GLM 4.7 is the smartest open source model release. Yeah, 100%. What's agentic coding? It's the same thing as vibe coding. They're interchangeable. All right, so this one's gonna compact, and then we'll have it remove prompts as well. All right, let's go here. Vibe code it. That was removed. Living room PC, let's go, man. You've been around since the beginning, too. All right. So, like, this is what the original site looked like, BridgeMind. And, yeah, it's looking completely different now once we have this running. Okay. All right, and the biggest problem, like, with some of these agentic tools is that, hey, you can see that it's about to auto-compact, and once it auto-compacts, it's going to start hallucinating all over the place. We pretty much lose the memory that we had in this conversation. We lose the context that it had. And what I think is a better approach for agentic coding in general is, let's say that you have a task, right? Let's say that you have something, you have an initial, let's just, hold on, let's do this, because we're not going to get to that today anyway. So let's say that you have something that you want to do, right? So like, even for that task that we were just doing in this, that left agent there, right? So let's say the task is remove courses, right? So what it does, what the current approach is that it hands it off, and it's now going to go through the API, it's going to go to the database, and it's going to go to the UI, and it's going to do a bunch of stuff. It's going to pull out a bunch of files, but the issue is that it's going to run out of context, and then it's going to have to do this compacting thing. Like right now, it has to I think did it already compact? It has to compact, and it's going to lose a bunch of its memory after it compacts, because you're basically, like, with compacting, you're just setting up an additional conversation that has a fresh memory, that's a summarized memory of the last conversation. So the issue with compacting is that, yes, you will compact and summarize what you did in that conversation, but it's in a fresh chat that may miss some of the important, like, specifics associated with a certain task. So really what needs to happen is, let's say that you have remove courses. What it really needs to do is it needs to spawn a bunch of different subtasks that have the memory of the main task, right? And these subtasks will need to have the baseline brain of the task in general, right? And have information about the underarching approach that it's taking, meaning we have remove courses, right? Each of these tasks knows and has reference back to the main task that it's a part of. But each of these tasks are basically subtasks that do a very specific task that has everything that it needs. And I think that there's a way to do this, and this is going to be part of what we're going to be working on during the Vibeathon, but there is a way to accomplish this. So somebody in chat said, do you recommend mastering coding first and then vibe coding, or it doesn't matter, especially when it comes to getting a job? So I mean, that just depends on the person, right? But what I will say is this, is that agentic coding is, or vibe coding is the future of software development. I would be very surprised if in 5 years people are still doing a bunch of coding manually. That's just my personal perspective on it from my experience. I know a lot of people have disagreeing or, you know, varying opinions on that, but that's my perspective, is that I don't think that, you know, manual coding is going to be around for much longer. So what I would say is just that. All right. So I do need to update. There's like just some... Yeah, so for example, like, hey, even with this, you can see that, hey, this has a to-do list, but it's still the same agent that's working on it, right? So what I'd rather have it do is I would rather have it, like, think about the main task that it has, right? And then look at it from, like, the overarching view of what needs to be accomplished, right? And it needs to be able to create some sort of... let's just call like main brain for the task that needs to be done, the initializer agent that's able to initialize a subset of smaller tasks that all have the context of the memory of the main agent, and each subtask is split up in a way that it can accomplish its task without so much hallucinating. Because I hear a lot of people say that even inside of, like, let's say you have a chat, right? They're like, I noticed that the AI is the smartest with the first 100,000 tokens in the context window, because as that context window gets bigger, that's when it starts hallucinating and having problems. So like having like, if you just start one task, right, and you're able to give it the perfect prompt, and you're starting from a zero context window and you're getting it everything that it needs, then you're able to do a much better job throughout the conversation, because it's kind of like starting out with exactly what it needs. It's basically just prompt engineering, right? And I think that there is a way for us to create some sort of system that's going to improve that functionality, like right out of the get-go. And we're going to take what we've learned from this journey so far, and we're going to be able to build a tool that empowers agentic coders and empowers vibe coders and empowers us in this mission forward. Now, that's a lot of what's going to be happening with this Vibeathon next week. Again, the Vibeathon is January 4th to January 14th. The winner gets $1,000, and there will be more coming about that tomorrow. There's going to be a YouTube video that's released about it, and then I'll be streaming and taking some questions and working on it tomorrow. But yes, next week is like, I'm pretty much, in my mind, I'm preparing at this point for next week, and I'm preparing for what's to come, because we're about to do a pretty big leg up, if you guys know what I mean. It's going to be probably the biggest 10-day stint in this journey to date, so I'm very excited for it. Yes, sub-agents, but sometimes the issue with sub-agents can be that even when you launch an additional conversation, like what happens when that, even like Claude Windows, when I'm working in Claude Code, it only has that context window, and once I get to the end of it, even if I create those sub-agents, I now, once that main window loses context, it's going to have to auto-compact, and I lose all the memory of those tasks. So I'm a little bit tired of creating all these readmes in my project, and I think that, yeah, readmes can be good in some instances, but there has to be a better approach for this. I think that we can create one. Like, even if I go to my project now and I go to my tools panel, this project doesn't have as many, because this one we were working on before we started even like taking, but even here, like you can see all these, you know, readme styling guide, reCAPTCHA, clarity setup, you know, that's just a couple. But if we go to the ViewCreator project, like I have hundreds of readme files, and it's just a lot to manage. All right, let's hit some push-ups, guys. Let's hit some push-ups while this agent's working. This agent's very important. But even here, like, okay, I now want you to provide me a brief overview of this implementation plan and this improvement plan, so that I have an understanding of what is going to be done once we actually start to improve it. Be very brief, very concise, and output a diagram. Yeah, hopefully we do get to 1 million tokens. The context window is going to continue to get bigger and bigger, guys, 100%. All right, let's hit some push-ups. All right, 40 bomb. Let's go. All right, up to 360. If you guys have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Let's hit some pull-ups too. All right, let's go. It's another 10. Okay, so this here. All right. I now need you to launch sub-agents to work on each particular gap and each particular task. Launch as many agents as it takes to get this done. All right, Ultra Think. Let's go, Juice. Okay. All right, we just hit 400 likes. And 500 likes, we're gonna do. At 500 likes, we're gonna do an OpenCode review. This is a new AI tool that's kind of up and coming. I think it's open source. All right, cool. So how is our site looking? Can we now run it? I do want to see. We haven't been able to run it because we did remove a couple things. So that entity, obviously there's some errors there, which is fine. I just do want to see if this is running now. Let's go here. So this is what the site looked like before. And after our updates, now it looks like this. So we kind of simplified it. It's a little bit more professional, more futuristic, in my opinion. I just wanted it very simple. Build the future, join the fastest growing vibe coding community, master agentic workflows, ditch the syntax struggle, and ship products at the speed of thought. The Vibeathon is important. This is our page for the Vibeathon. This can be improved. Let's launch a cursor agent for this. So I am gonna go launch this here. Review the homepage of the website and then update the Vibeathon page to follow the similar theme of the site. For example, the Vibeathon page needs to be compacted, modernized, and follow the correct black and white theme. Very minimalistic and simple. Yeah, so there is a skill in agent orchestration. I think that, like right now, there definitely is a very big negative connotation towards vibe coders because people think that vibe coders are just people that have no idea what's going on. But the thing is that with people that are doing agentic workflows, you understand, if you've been working in it long enough, like what the limitations are, what you're able to accomplish, and how fast you're able to accomplish things when you're using agentic workflows. So, you know, people come in and they share their opinion, but the thing is that unless you're like really in the trenches, if you're using these workflows every day, then you may not truly understand the perspective that Vibe coders have or agentic coders have. And there's a reason that it's such a big thing right now. And it's either you understand it, you see where the future is heading, and you're a part of that, or you don't see it yet, and that's okay. There's a lot of people that haven't, you know, seen it yet, that still do hate on it, or they have that negative connotation towards agentic coding. But the thing is that this is the way of the future for software development in the future. I would say that in 5 years there will be no more manual programming. I would be very surprised if there's any at all. I think that manual programming, where you're just coding line by line, will be a thing of the past. Yeah, Backstory Bites, that's very well said. He said that there seems to be less and less limits every couple of months, 100%. Like, yeah, if you are in this world, right, and this is something that I've always thought about, even since like the very beginning when, you know, agentic coding really started to get bigger, was, you know, for example, I can still remember when 01 came out, and I was working on a particular feature that day using ChatGPT 4.0, and I was just copying and pasting. And then we got 01, which had a much larger context window, and it could output way more code at once, right? So I remember, you know, with 4.0, there was like such a limitation on how much code you could actually get out of it. So for example, you'd have to work on one file at a time. But then once we got 01, that completely changed, and I was around for that, right? And if you haven't been there, if you have not, you know, been, you know, in the trenches since that time, I think it can be a little bit hard to see the trajectory of all of this, right? It can be very difficult. Update this page as well as the jobs ID page in the same exact way with the new theme and styling. I think it's which page is it? Let's drop it in. It's the BridgeMind UI app. It's going to be in dashboard. No, actually not dashboard. Public jobs page. A Google form for the paid tier? That's crazy. All right. Same thing with this page, update it with the new styling and theme. All right, let's pull this up. Okay. All right, so we did run, look how many agents we were able to run. So 11 agents were launched, and these all improved our, okay. All right, those are done now. I do like the styling here. You can see that this is using ShadCN. It looks much better. Live submissions, looks good. BridgeMind does not have a paid tier, no. No, Andrew. It does not break the code. Okay, perfect. This is looking a lot better. Okay. Okay, hold up here. There's still this issue here. If you notice in the sections here on the right side of these different sections in their components on the page, there just seems to be some padding or spacing on the right side. Would you review the globals.css and identify what is causing this? You can see it from the screenshot that I provided. On the right side of the page, there is some spacing and padding that needs to be removed so it spans the full width of the page. All right. I'm not a fan of the styling of this button. Would you fix it? It's not really on theme. I don't think that AI is really a bubble. You know, I think that people talk about the bubble. I think they, you know, it's like, hey, you're looking at the stock market. Are you looking at the technology? I think that honestly, humans are actually behind how good AI is. I think that a lot of people don't really understand the true capabilities of these agentic workflows. I think that people don't understand how fast the actual underlying tools are going to get. They are going to get a lot better. So for example, like, hey, you can look at this space and you can look at, you know, Cursor, Claude Code, Codex. These were tools that a year ago weren't as good as they are now, right? Like now I can launch like these multi-agent workflows. That was not what I meant. I don't like the rounded borders. I want it to be smaller, more compact, professional. Keep the color the same though. All right. All right, let's hit some push-ups, guys. Let's go. All right, 40 bomb. Let's go. Let's go, chat. All right, we're up to 400 push-ups. All right, we're getting closer on the revamp here. It can be a little bit bigger. Okay, it can be a little bit bigger than that. Let's go, Dan. W Dan is in the chat. Let's go. What's up, man? All right, let's hit some pull-ups too. Let's go. Let's go, chat. We're up to 60. All right. This is looking so much better. Oh my gosh. All right, fire. All right, when I go to blogs, okay. Would you update the styling of the breadcrumbs so that it overlays instead of having its own color and background section? It should be blank and just overlay whatever it's on top of. All right, let's go. Geodev, what's up? Is OpenCode actually good? I don't know. We're gonna try it today once we get to 500 likes. But just to kind of recap on what we're doing today, so we're taking a look at Supabase because next week for the Vibeathon, which is right up here, I'm gonna be releasing a video on it next week, or not next week, tomorrow. And tomorrow, we're gonna be talking a little bit about what that's gonna look like. But next week is our Vibeathon. So you can see here, January 4th to the 14th, the winner is gonna get $1,000. And we are going to Florida, and we are basically grinding as hard as we can. That 10-day period is gonna be the hardest that this community is ever gonna have grinded before. I'm gonna be doing 12 hours a day of streaming, and we're just gonna be going insanely hard. And I have a project, a sprint, that I'm gonna be working on. So today, I was looking at Supabase to figure out, hey, should we use Supabase for this sprint? Not quite sure yet. I think it may be better to just stay on AWS since that's what I'm most familiar with, but we'll see. We'll get into that more. Hassans, how's it going? Yeah, OpenCode is like open source, so all right, build the future. All right, cool. All right, there is like a little bit of a spacing. Do you guys see this space here? And also, it's actually better. You can use cursor and you can do capture area screenshot, and you can just do this here. As you can see from the screenshot provided, there is just a little bit of spacing between the header of the Vibeathon header and the nav bar. Would you fix that so they are flat, flush with each other? There's no spacing. All right. Change the color here, make it more professional. Just make it white text, all white text. WN, that's hilarious. Yeah. I mean, it is interesting to see like people that, you know, make those accusations. I'm like, I was actually joking with my aunt about it. Because the people that know me, they're like, they know me. I think a lot of you, if you guys have been around, you guys know me pretty well. All right, Vibeathon. This is looking pretty good. Official BridgeMind Vibeathon. Does it really need to say official? I don't know. It's probably fine. Oh, this did not do a good job on our blog. Which one was working on the blog? Hero section. All right, let's find the one, whichever one was working on our blog right here. Okay, you went a little bit too far. I actually did not want there to be thumbnails in the blogs. You changed too much about the blog page. Try again. Keep it as, it should just say BridgeMind team. Try again. It should not have author names. And it should not have the thumbnails that you did. Fix this. You did too much. All right, we're 400 push-ups. What Dan say? Said that he's got some Dr. Pepper Cherry Zero in the fridge right now. Let's go. Yeah, I don't even really drink any soda. I used to be a big Sprite and Mountain Dew guy, though. Sprite and Mountain Dew. All right, guys, in 59 likes, we are going to be doing a review of OpenCode today. So if you guys have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Also, let's do a quick check. Let's do a quick sub check. Where are we at for the day? Let's see here. Last time we checked, we were at 21. Wow, so we went up 100 subscribers since we last checked. So thank you guys for all the support. We're at 21,267. I think that we can get 30K. And I think that we can get 30K by the end of January. We'll see, but... Super Combo says he's got his Coke Zero. Let's go. All right, I did close the... For the Vibeathon banner, would you just have a bottom border, very simple, white? That on there. All right. You drink kombucha or kombucha? Yeah, I've heard about it. Yeah, kombucha is big. All right. All right. How's the blog looking? That's looking better. Yes, I do. I have to say, Shad Cien does look. I mean, even stuff like this. Do you notice the attention to detail here? Where on hover, it's showing like I don't even know what that is. It's like that's really nice, but this here is a little bit off. Here. You will notice from the header that the G's at the bottom are getting cut off. Why is this? Fix this. So the Vibeathon, I'm going to make a YouTube video about the Vibeathon tomorrow. I'll make it a big announcement. But what you guys are seeing right now is next week. I've already been saying this a little bit. You guys are just seeing a little bit behind the scenes. I am prepping for a very big event that we're going to be doing to kick off 2026. You know, I wrote up on the board today that 2026 is our year, and you know, it is crazy because I was mentioning this a little bit, but I have people that are coming to me offering money for investment into BridgeMind, and I don't yet want to take any investor capital just because I don't want to give up too much equity. But yeah, people are coming to me and offering investment, trying to get involved in the business. Right now, I don't necessarily need the money because, you know, I'm investing. I've got my own capital that I've invested, so I don't want to lose any equity in the business. But, you know, it's just interesting to see that what we've built in such a short amount of time is resonating with people. And to get started in 2026, we're kicking off the year very, very strong with a Vibeathon. And there's going to be more information coming out about this tomorrow, but the winner is going to get $1,000. And again, tomorrow there'll just be more information. But today we're updating the BridgeMind site because I haven't even updated the BridgeMind site since we started this journey. Maybe like very early on, like on day, I don't know, 11 or 12, we were working on it a little bit. But it's been a while. And so we're kind of revisiting that today because this mission is going to get a lot bigger in 2026. This already is the fastest growing vibe coding community on the internet. And we're going to just crank this up to level 10, if that makes sense to you guys. You know, I think it's interesting because I've talked about how, hey, progress compounds and like, hey, as you work more, you put more effort and time into whatever it is that you're doing, whether it's like you're working for your job or you have your own business. Whatever it is, it's like I remember when I would set goals of, for example, like, hey, I want to work for 3 hours today on coding, right? And that would be a goal of mine that I would set. I want to work for 3 hours. And now I can go for much longer because I've built up endurance to working for long periods of time. So next week is going to be a really, really big kickoff for the year for us because we're going to be doing some traveling, and you guys are coming with me, and we're hosting this Vibeathon while I'm in Florida. So it's going to be a pretty big deal next week. There's going to be more information coming out tomorrow. There is some spacing between the nav bar and then the start of the page. You can see from the screenshots provided here on this page. What exactly is causing this? Would you make sure that it's actually flush and there is no spacing there? All right. Richard, I spend $600 a month on AI. And every dollar that I spend on AI is worth it. This is a little bit too too thick. The bottom border is too thick. I'm going to Panama City Beach super combo. Yeah, Panama City Beach. All right, we are at 400 push-ups on the day, 60 pull-ups. Let's hit some more push-ups and pull-ups. Let's go. That is... Okay, maybe a little bit thicker than that. Now it is too thin. Hardly noticeable. All right, let's hit some push-ups. Let's go. All right, 425, let's go. Where do you set to 25 to finish off strong? 425. All right, build the future. This looks good. Bottom border. Yeah, there's still just a little bit there. All right, let's hit some pull-ups too. All right, up to 70. Let's go. Okay, there we go. This is looking so much better. Would you now go to all of the pages on the site and make sure that there is no spacing there and it meets it flush? For example, the blog page, the jobs page. In the Discord page, still have this spacing. Fix this. Cherry Studio. Remove the pricing page from the site. And then remove all links to it. For example, there's a link to it in the footer. Remove all references to prompts by BridgeMind. I don't know if there are pages related to it, but these can all be removed. All right, let's move the desk down. All right, guys, we're at 451 likes. In 49 likes, we are going to be doing a review of OpenCode, which is a, it's a, how would you guys describe it? It's an open source IDE, am I right? It's like kind of like Warp, but it's an open source. I don't know. I literally have like very little about it. I just know that it's a very big, like, people are talking about it and using it, so we definitely want to check it out. Add breadcrumbs on this page, respectively. Snan said that his first goal is an AI agent who can set up fresh VPS machines, configure the line, lock them down, and start client services all through GitOps CI/CD workflows easily. Well, yeah, the thing about BridgeMind, though, is that there is no, there's nothing I'm trying to sell with BridgeMind. Like, there is no pricing. This was outdated from, like, a while ago, so we just need to update quite a bit with the site. All right, nice. Wow. It did a good job with this. This page needs some work. Make sure that the bottom border is solid and not transparent. Okay, Super Combo Gamer, thank you. He said OpenCode is exactly the same as Claude Code, but by a different company and also open source, but they are gaining hype lately. Yeah. I will say that Cursor has been clutch today with Gemini 3. I could not have gotten as far on the UI without Cursor today. And that's why, hey, whenever I'm working on UI, I will always launch Cursor with Gemini 3 Pro, and it's just much better, in my opinion. Yeah, the hover effect on cards, yeah. Alright, what's up here? Oh. Enter Vibeathon. All right, wait, where is this? It was navigation. The UGC page needs to be updated in the same way. Add the breadcrumbs on that page as well, but the spacing needs to be same as the other pages. Excuse me, guys. Alright, there we go. I mean, yeah. It knows what spacing I wanted. That's nice. This is such an improvement for this site. Very happy about it. I don't really like this section, but... I'm not a fan of this section. Would you completely revise it to something completely different? Excuse me, guys. Going through it. What are breadcrumbs? So breadcrumbs are like up here. If I go to the blog page, this is breadcrumbs, right? So breadcrumbs, like let's say if I go to this page as well, there actually are no breadcrumbs on this page, so I need to fix that. Same thing with these blog pages. Also make sure that they integrate the breadcrumbs accordingly and respectively. Yeah, everything's in a private GitHub, yes. Snan said that he likes Gemini 3 Pro. Then when it stalls out, swap to Opus for another perspective, then swap back. Opus doesn't seem as solid for the whole process. It works great for another perspective and approach. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes it does stall out, though. I don't know why. Build the future. Nice. I don't like how it said. I don't like how this brings up the course. Remember that we're not doing any courses. And we're also not really trying to teach people anything. BridgeMind is a vibe coding organization that builds products at the cutting edge of the AI revolution. Maybe you can use this section to explain that. Make it a visual section with not as wordy. Hold up here. Let's edit this. Alright, Super Combo just dropped something in that I want to check out. The Vibeathon, there's going to be information about the Vibeathon coming out tomorrow. So, right now, you guys are kind of just seeing behind the scenes. Like, I'm gearing up for a very, very big event. So, just so you guys know, just so you understand what the perspective that I have right now, we are about to start off 2026, like, with a bang. And I know what's coming. You guys can't really picture it yet, but I do have a vision of what's about to come. So I'm kind of prepping for that. So the next couple streams are going to be me kind of prepping for this big event that we're going to be doing. So you guys get to see a little bit of behind the scenes I am going to be releasing a video tomorrow announcing this Vibeathon, but you guys kind of get to see me talk a little bit about it and just build the actual functionality on the BridgeMind.ai website so that we can have people enter the event. But you can see here a little bit of information about it. But this is going to be available on BridgeMind.ai before the end of this stream. I'm going to make sure that we get this launched. But the biggest goal for today was to revamp this site, and we have done that. BridgeMind has gotten to the point now where it's like, hey, I can't have it be all unprofessional because the site's getting 2,000 hits a week. It is crazy just to see how far things have come in such a relatively short amount of time. I mean, I've never had a startup that got to this point so quickly. So, that's all because of this community, and that's why it's like I'm not taking on sponsors or monetizing the YouTube, because that's not the end goal here at all. So, thank you, Linux. Okay, BridgeMind, test this, the GitHub Next Level Builder. Okay, let me pull this up. Super Combo, let me pull this up. Next Level Builder. So this is what Super Combo just shared. He said it's an AI skill that provides design intelligence for building professional UI, UX, multiple platforms. Interesting. Oh, wow. So like, for example, this would be... How many stars does this have? Wow, 3.3K. I feel like we're too deep. If you were here like a little bit ago, UI UX Pro Max skill, I mean, we can try it. Glyphomorphism. This is interesting. 8 tech stacks, React Next. I'll have to try this. I feel like I don't want to get too sidetracked. But that looks really interesting. All right. Also, if you guys are watching and have not already liked and subscribed, where are we at? We're at 21,279 subscribers. I mean, it's just crazy. 7 days ago, where were we even at? Seven days ago, 18,000. So we've gained 3,000 in 7 days. I mean, that's insane. Shout out to you guys. This is the fastest growing vibe coding community on the internet. So it's just getting started too. So pretty cool. All right, vibe coding blog, agentic coding insights. All right. I mean, I'm feeling much better about this. So I feel like we are going to be ready to ship here in a minute. I need you to completely revise and update the footer. Right now, it is incomplete, doesn't have up-to-date links, and needs some love. Needs some love. This is using ShadCN. Let's go, Linux. Linux, I love what you just said. Linux said, we were warned growth gets faster, just didn't think this fast. It's fun. 2026 is going to be fun. 100%. Yeah. It's insane. I think vibe coding is this should be one word here. Make sure that vibe coding is one word, not with the M dash in between. All right, guys, 31 likes. We're going to do a review of OpenCode, and we do need to deploy this, so I'm going to start running a build here. Just make sure we don't have any build errors. Run npm run build and confirm that there are no errors in the build process. If there are, fix them. Excuse me, guys. All right, vibe coding. No, you got that incorrect. No, so Mimo said isn't running a lot of agents at the same time a bad idea because things can get mixed up really fast and you get stuck fixing one by one. So yeah, so no, it's actually smart to run a bunch of agents at once. You just have to make sure that you're putting them in the correct task. Like you can't give them all too many tasks like that are overlapping. You want to make sure that you give them separate tasks that don't overlap. For example, I'm not going to run one agent that's going to overlap another agent. remove the M dash between fastest and growing. All right. All right, it's building. Run the build and run the test suite and confirm that the build is succeeding and that all tests are passing. If there are any failing things in the build or in the test suite, make sure that you fix them. All right, guys, 9 more likes, and we are going to do a review of OpenCode. So if you haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. We do have, 75 push-ups left and 30 pull-ups. So let's move the desk up and let's knock out some push-ups and pull-ups. Let's go, guys. Sanjax, thank you, man. Appreciate that. All right, let's go. All right, 450. Okay. Make sure that you go throughout the project and find any instances where vibe coding is one word. Make sure that it's 2 separate words, vibe and coding, respectively. I think Claude is better. Claude Code is definitely better. All right, let's hit some pull-ups, guys. All right, let's go, guys. We're up to 80 pull-ups. The cursor billing cycle did not restart yet, no. Why am I not using international translations? That's actually a really good point, Godspell. I want you to search the internet. Would it be smart to integrate some type of international language translation framework inside of this project? Search what the best ones are and how we would then implement them into this website. Review the Next.js framework that we are on, and then search the internet to find what the best practice is for this. Yeah, I think that could be a potentially good thing to just look into. Don't update any code, but just tell me what you think the best options are for something like this. All right, we'll switch it to ask. Just sometimes that Gemini 3 Pro does like to code it even when you ask it not to. All right, did that fix the vibe coding 2-word thing? Okay, perfect, it did. Nice. All right, guys, we got 248 people watching. If you have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Right now, we are working. So next week, we have the official BridgeMind Vibeathon. So it's starting on January 4th. More information will come out here shortly tomorrow. I'm going to make an announcement video on YouTube. But if you guys have not already liked, subscribed, joined the Discord, this is the place to be in 2026 if you're interested in being a part of the agentic coding revolution. This is the fastest growing vibe coding community on the internet. And we're growing every single day. And next week, we are hosting this official Vibeathon, the BridgeMind Vibeathon, where the winner will receive $1,000 in Bitcoin. More information will come out tomorrow on this, but this is a big deal for us. And more information is coming out tomorrow, and we are basically going on a adventure next week. We're going to Florida. You guys are coming with me, and during the stint of this Vibeathon, while you guys are competing in this Vibeathon, I'll be working and streaming for about 12 hours every single day, and we're going to be going to war. So if you guys want to be a part of that, make sure you like and subscribe. Join the Discord if you haven't already. All right, Punk said use i18n. Oh, look at that. Yeah, that was the recommendation. Great. Create a plan now using this standard pattern. Build out a structured plan for implementation end to end. All right. Shout out to, who was it? Godspell? Yeah, the i18. Okay. Where are you going? I'm going to Panama City Beach. All right, we are only 15 likes away from 500 likes, guys. Let's get there. And then at 500 likes, I am going to be doing a review of OpenCode. I've never tried it before, so we're just going to be downloading it, giving it a shot, seeing if it fits at all in our vibe coding workflow. All right, W. Dan said they just implemented i18n for a project, super clean. Why Bitcoin? I'm definitely a crypto person, so I'm interested in cryptocurrency. I believe in it. Even, for example, like from my perspective, you know, being the owner of BridgeMind, you know, there's people that I interact with daily that are from a bunch of different countries, and the best way for cross-country payments in a lot of ways is cryptocurrency, because, for example, if I pay in Bitcoin, they can do whatever they want with it. They can convert to their fiat currency in their country or whatever they want to do. But I will say that cryptocurrency, I think, is here to stay. You know, I do believe in it, and that's why it's like, it makes it just very simple for me to do cross-platform or cross-country payments and not have to worry about like, oh, what, you know, I think just cryptocurrency is the better way to pay people in general, at least from my perspective. I'm a big believer in it, so. Why Bitcoin was the decision? Honestly, I just have some Bitcoin, so that's an easy way for me to pay. All right, so let's, this is our strategy here. This is our plan. So I'm just going to build this. So Gemini 3 Pro is integrating this i18n. So this will allow for, you know, different languages to be used. Yeah, Bitcoin is the GOAT. All right, guys, let's hit some push-ups while this one's working. Yeah, 100% hung. Yeah. I mean, imagine if I was like, all right, the winner gets $1,000 in like, what is that, fart coin? Yeah, that's definitely not the move, but all right. All right, 25. Let's go. All right, up to 475. All right, we're only 9 likes away from an OpenCode review. So if you haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. All right, we're up to 90 pull-ups. So we got 10 left, 25 push-ups left. Let's go. All right, Linux said my fave is because a local pet shop takes it. I have no idea why they do, but it's a vibe. Yeah. Okay, what is more expensive to use, Claude Code or Gemini 3 Pro? Well, just like statistically, Opus is a more expensive model. Opus is a lot more expensive, right? Like twice the cost. But you have to ask, like, hey, I don't even hit my limits when I have the Claude plan, right? The Claude 20x Max. I don't hit my limits. So for me, it's like, hey, what makes the most sense for me personally is to just get a Claude plan. Okay, wait, so what did this even do? So, okay, run. Hold on. What just happened to whisper? All right, fixing build errors. That's cool, Chris Eddy. Super Combo Gamer said that Bitcoin has gotten better over time, but it's still one of the slower, more expensive cryptos to move money with compared to a lot of other coins. Yeah. I mean, Solana's fast, but Solana is like the meme coin blockchain. Okay, I wonder if this created a bunch of issues. Yeah, some. All right, we are 5 likes away from 500. All right. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, what's going on here? All right, so we are gonna ship this. So we're gonna deploy this update to BridgeMind.ai. It was very important that we got this shipped before tomorrow, because tomorrow, once we do announce the Vibeathon, I'm expecting that the site's gonna probably get like maybe a huge jump in traffic, right? Just because people are gonna be interested in what BridgeMind is. They're going to join the Vibeathon, etc., etc. So since I haven't updated the site in such a long time, I thought that today would be a good opportunity for us to do that. So we're going to do that. Also, we are only 3 likes away from doing an OpenCode review, and we're almost to our goal for 500 push-ups and 100 pull-ups. And what's crazy is that, you know, the 500 push-ups and the pull-ups are actually getting like a lot easier for me to do. And like one of the biggest reasons why I'm doing those on stream is because, like, hey, it's just a productivity stacking. Like, I'm doing push-ups and pull-ups while I'm working, while I'm streaming, while I'm coding. It's just very, very nice. I highly recommend joining. Yeah, almost open code time. All right, so this is doing a lot of... there will be more information about the Vibeathon tomorrow. Yeah, if you guys haven't already joined the Discord, make sure you do so. That's where our community hangs out. That's where you can get the most up-to-date information. No, it cannot be an existing project, because it's going to be, unless it's, let me think about that. That was one thing that I haven't yet, no, you do not have to be there in person, no. All right. All right, so here is, whoa, what just happened? Welcome to BridgeMind. Whoa. Whoa, what just happened with all this? Oh no. I don't think that we should have done that. Hold up here, guys. This is a bad idea. Let's go back here. I don't think I'm ready to do that yet. That messed up my project. Yeah. Let's not integrate that yet. I did that a little bit prematurely. I think we're at a good spot here. And we just did past 500, so we are going to do an OpenCode review. But before we review OpenCode, let's actually get this shipped. So npm run build and fix any build errors. I'm going to run Flash on this and then add BridgeMind UI. All right, perfect. Hunk said 500 push-ups while sick is a new level of dog. Let's go. Yeah, I do understand the code. All right. All right, so while this fixes, let's finish off our push-ups and pull-ups for the day. We only have 25 more. If you guys haven't yet joined me for the push-ups and pull-ups, we're at 475 and 90 respectively. So if you haven't joined me, why not finish off on a good note with me? I'm up to 500. You can join me now. Let's go, guys. Let's finish strong. All right, let's go. Push-up goal has been reached. 500. Let's go. And now, is this done now? All right, success. So we should be able to ship this. Let's hold up, let's pull up this 1 second here. All right. All right, so I am deploying at least the UI. We'll want to double check to make sure that that actually gets deployed. Let's finish strong on the pull-ups though, guys. All right, let's go. All right, now at 100, the site has been revamped. We did learn about Supabase. I think we may end up going in a different direction is pretty much what we learned. So we will revisit that. All right. Build the future. So here's the updated revamped website. I feel happy about it. No, so somebody just asked how. Yeah, so just so you guys know, I'm not making any money off of YouTube. I know that that's something that you guys hear a lot since, you know, since you guys, a lot of you have been around for a while. But I am not monetizing the YouTube channel at all. I'm not taking any sponsors. My mission is not to become a content creator. My mission is to share this journey and to build a community and to build the future and to be on the cutting edge of the AI revolution. All right. Yeah, let's try OpenCode. So I do want to make like a video here as well. Can you guys hear me or am I muted? On. All right, cool. I hear myself, so might just be you. Okay, so let's go to OpenCode, and I do just want to do a quick review here. All right. Okay, you guys can hear me. Okay, cool. All right, guys, so we're going to be trying out OpenCode, and I do want to look at, okay, so it's the open source AI coding agent, so I can run this just using npm install. I can also install it via bun, brew, etc. We'll just use brew. It's fine. So here is like what I found interesting is that this is taking off. So it has 41,000 stars on GitHub. And I just thought it was interesting because this obviously is taking off. And I've had people in chat talking about it a little bit more. So because of that reason, I definitely wanted to try it out. So thank you for 500 likes. Let's give this a shot. So let's install it on brew. And let's see, like, how's this even? So I'm going to install it, but what does it look like? So docs. So OpenCode is an open source AI coding agent. It's available as a terminal-based interface, desktop app, or IDE extension. To use OpenCode in your terminal, you'll need a modern terminal emulator such as XYZ. You'll have to have API keys. I mean, all I want to do is I want to see what it looks like. How do I launch it? Configure. With OpenCode, you can use any LLM provider by configuring their API keys. If you are new to using LLM providers, we recommend using OpenCode Zen. It's a curated list of models that have been tested and verified by the OpenCode team. Run the connect command in the TUI. Select OpenCode. Okay, so you can connect it to your whatever API keys that you want. I do want to see. Okay, can you use tab? I just want to see what it looks like. So how do I even open it? All right, let's pull this up. Hold on here. All right, so let's just use this. How do I open OpenCode? Type OpenCode in the terminal. Okay. Thank you. Shout out to Amir. So I'm going to CD into my desktop, and then I'm going to CD into BridgeMind, and then apparently I just write OpenCode. Use OpenCode in the terminal. Type OpenCode in the terminal. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. All right. Well, here's what it looks like. So you type OpenCode. Here's what I'm getting. So can I do like multi-agents? Okay, interesting. Okay, can I just launch Claude here? Whoa. All right, build. What is this even using? Big Pickle? All right, what would you like me to help with? Okay, so I can see your project picture. Okay, so here's what my question. So all right, type model. So you can do models, list models. Okay, so we're using this big, oh wow. So GLM 4.7 is literally free inside of OpenCode. Okay, wow. Oh, I definitely do want to make a video on this. Okay, popular providers, and then it's offering OpenAI, Google, OpenRouter. So you can use it with your Claude Max key as well. Okay. But I mean, you literally have free models here. So that's why, that's interesting. Okay. So you have Minimax M2.1, Grok Code Fast 1, and then GLM 4.7, which are all free. So can we pull up LM Arena real quick? Just because that's very interesting that they're offering those out of the box for free. So here on leaderboard, where are these ranking? So it does look like Minimax M2.1 is beating GLM 4.7 on the leaderboards, that's pretty impressive. Opus 4.5 is still way ahead. But in terms of free models, I mean, that's pretty good to have Minimax and GLM 4.7 here. I mean, these both beat out GPT-5, which is crazy. So let's open that back up, and let's just use Minimax M2.1. And can I just normally? Okay, I can. So BridgeMind UI. I need you to do an in-depth review of this project and particularly review the strategy for SEO. Tell me, is there a sitemap page in this project? A sitemap that is a UI of the sitemap that is not the sitemap.xml file, but is actually a page that users can go to navigate the sitemap. Does this page exist? If so, what is the URL to it? All right, excuse me, guys. So one thing that I did hear about this is that it is very fast. People were saying that it is very fast. So I will say it did find the SEO improvement plan. Okay. Okay, yes. So it is accessible here. So let's actually go check it out, saying that it's accessible at, hold on, why is that not rendering in? Ooh. Okay, I made a mistake. Ooh, shoot, that's not good. Hold on. Oh no, chat, that's not good. That's fine, we'll fix it. You guys see what I did? So I decided to roll this back. So I just discovered this. We're gonna need to address this real quick. Okay, so I decided to roll these changes back. We were integrating I18N for international translations, but I decided to roll that back because I wasn't ready for it. But now in the website, if I go to the main URL, it's returning a 404, and I have to put the language identifier in the root to actually go to that page. Would you pinpoint exactly what's happening here, as this root, and then this root, localhost 3000 is a 404, and then localhost 3000. All right, so I did make a mistake. Is the path to the site. All right, that's not good. And that's one thing where it's like, hey, I wanted to roll this back, right? And I should have not shipped. I mean, it's not that big of a deal. Yeah, so we're reviewing OpenCode right now. So we do have OpenCode pulled up, but we just discovered an issue that I do want to fix. Would you add a link to the sitemap in the footer? I'm not going to revert using Git. I'm pretty sure that this can get it here. Yeah, because this is leading to a 404, and I have to put en behind, and then it'll get to the correct site. So that's an issue. I mean, we're just testing OpenCode. So, okay, so this is interesting. So it literally will show you the changes. It says that it is done. It already finished. Would you improve the styling of this page to match the theme of the site? Improve the styling. So I do want to test this, but the problem is we're actually going to, so we can go now back to the, so here's the footer here. So footer, where is the sitemap? Right here. So sitemap, but that doesn't actually lead to anything. I think it's going to have to be en sitemap, right? Hold on. Okay. Yeah, so this needs a complete revamp. All right, so let's use OpenCode for this by just making it a simple line-over-line list of all of the pages in the site. Follow best practices here for search engines. All right, so we're gonna see, right now, it's a little bit of a complicated page. Just make it literally a list of all the pages in the site. Align the links left. Yeah. Max, I know. We have an issue here that we're going to deploy in just a second. We're addressing it right now. All right. Yeah, we're going to need to fix this. So the problem that we just have, so we were looking at integrating I18N, and then what's happening is, for some reason, now, unless you actually go to EN, which stands for English, you don't get to the site. So we're going to fix this real quick. It'll be fixed within like 15 minutes. But yes, we're going to fix this. What's up, Freedom? So yeah, I should have checked that before shipping, but it's not that big of a deal. This site is not, I mean, I'm literally live on stream, so it's good. Also, the Vibeathon, you guys are not going to be able to enter that until after I have the release video tomorrow, so yeah. Yeah, WDan said that that's correct I-18N behavior, but I see what you mean. Yeah, so that, I think it did just fix it. So now if I go back here, so there we go. So it did fix that. Yeah, so you can see here that it was at this, so there's this locale, if that's the right way to pronounce it. So that's within the routing logic. So whenever, for whatever reason, when I did the rollback here, so if you guys were tracking, I integrated I-18, which is fine. I did it a little bit prematurely. I probably should have taken another step back to learn actually how to implement it. I just didn't know how easy or difficult it was to implement. So I just gave it a shot. And then what it ended up doing is it moved my directories a little bit. So then the issue that I had was that, you know, now this is a 404, but we did just fix it. So that EN, yeah, that's not fixed. Okay, perfect. All right, so let's now build this and deploy it. Let's see what local code came up with. So, I mean, this is interesting. I mean, so with local code, if you do models, you do have options for free models, which I actually had no idea. So you have Big Pickle, whatever that is, GLM 4.7, Grok Code Fast 1, and then Minimax M 2.1. And people are saying that this is faster than, like, Claude Code. All right. What is it? AI? I didn't think that's the correct route there. What even is this? AI. Hold on. We're gonna remove this page on the site. That even shouldn't even be a page. Remove this page in the website. So yeah, people are saying that it's fast. That OpenCode is really fast. Yeah, GLM 4.7 is a good model. I have tried it. All right, writing the command, remove. Okay. Pretty interesting tool. It is open source. Okay, not found. What's up? How's it going? So yeah, so this is my first interaction with OpenCode. I mean, I'm probably not going to be like using this as my main, but I mean, it is interesting. I may make a YouTube video about it. This is pretty interesting. I'm not seeing the speed improvements though that people were talking about. I think that that's not like that much faster than what I'm used to. So, all right, let's do. Whoa, what's happening here? All right. Remove this page and any references to it. Yeah, so that's where the sitemap is. So like sometimes, like for example, well, you can't get to it right now because there's a 404, but that is where the sitemap is. So Super Combo Gamer, thank you. But sometimes it can be smart to actually provide like a UI. So there's the XML sitemap. So the machine readable sitemaps is sitemap.xml. And then there are, for example, like this in the UI, which some people do to help with SEO as well. So it can be smart to have the XML sitemap as well as a UI sitemap. Okay, let's pull this up. Is this done? Run npm run build and fix any build errors. All right, we do need to deploy this just so that we fix this issue that we were having, so that it's not just, you know, going to a blank site. Oh, does this not, I think that is done. Oh. Linux said that he likes the OpenCode desktop app. It's not stable, but I know it will be a great given time. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, so is there a way for me to launch multiple instances? Like, is there, what's the command here to run multiple? So switch agent, control P commands. Okay, so here are the commands. New session, switch model, connect provider. I'm more so interested in how can I do multi-agent panes like I would in Warp. That's what I'm more interested in. But I guess I could launch OpenCode inside of Warp, couldn't I? Like, couldn't I just go here and can I go OpenCode and launch OpenCode inside of Warp? Yeah. I mean, I like their UI. Looks nice. Okay. That's interesting. All right, so using OpenCode inside of Warp, yeah. All right, let's do this. Models, GLM 4.7. I want you to review the project and identify any pages that are hanging pages, mean that like they may be deprecated pages, like they're not linked to in the site anywhere. Would you find those pages and list them if they exist? Use Opus 4.5 and OpenCode. Okay. How do I do that? I want to make sure, so I can just do models and then list models, and I can go to Anthropic and then hold on. I don't know what this is gonna do. So give me 1 second here. Anthropic, and then I can just, so here are your options. So you can just integrate it with your account, or you can do set an API key. So I'm just gonna do this. Okay, I do want to hold on here. Authorize, copy code. All right. Oh. Okay, perfect. Oh, this is interesting. So something that's interesting about OpenCode is apparently you can use legacy models on it too. Do you guys see this? So look at this. So using my Anthropic key or my plan, I can select whatever model I want. So, I mean, we can use, I mean, that's crazy. That's cool. So I'm gonna use Opus 4.5. All right, I wonder if this is any faster. Let me see, is there any, oh wait, how's this initial terminal? Okay, now succeeds. So we do want to deploy this. Oops. I want you to push all changes to the main branch. Yeah, hold on. I want you to do an in-depth review of this project and identify if there are any hanging pages or deprecated pages that are not used anywhere in the site but exist. I mean, a big issue with GLM 4.7 that I see is just that it's a little bit slow. It's a little bit slow. For example, GLM 4.7, I'm not seeing it use the same speed. I mean, OpenCode is nice. It did find, look at this, it did find a lot of hanging pages. So blog ID, not linked anywhere in the code base. The blog system uses blog slug instead. Role select, only defined in routes.ts, but never actually used or linked to. Verify payments, only referenced in robots.txt. Okay. I mean, internal links only. Yeah, some older ones were on that list. So there's a couple things that this did get wrong. Like for example, these are not hanging. The thing that I'm not a big fan of is that this is not using like the Claude Code harness. So I don't understand why anybody would be using this when you can use Claude Code and you can launch like a bunch of agents at once. Like for example, I don't think that I can launch, like, this is not actually Claude Code. This is Claude Opus 4.5, 2025, 1101. This is not Claude Code. So for example, if I was using Claude Code, I would use that same prompt, but I would give it this. I would say, I want you to launch 10 sub-agents to do an in-depth review of, oh, it has plan mode on? No, I don't think it does, because I was just, it's building, right? Hold on here. Let's do Control P. Build. Is there like a mode? No. I mean, I don't think it's in plan mode because here I was updating code in this window here. I mean, I like their UI. If there's anything I like their UI. Like, I like how you have, hey, here was what was added. This is unique. But not in any way, shape, or form like, oh, I'm gonna start using this as my main, if that makes sense. Oh, there is a plan mode. Okay. Backstory says he's very bullish for Codex in 2026. The UI is cleaner in OpenCode. Yes, I do agree with that. Yes. Okay. All right, has this deployed yet? Let's go to BridgeMind. I think we are. Let's check. All right, there we go. We're back. We're back, guys. So the updated site, which is one of our bigger goals on the list today. If you guys, here, let's move the desk up a little bit. That was one of the bigger goals, the BridgeMind site revamp. So that's now up. You're not able to enter the Vibeathon yet. I haven't deployed the backend code. So if you try and enter, it's going to throw an error. But I am going to make a video on this tomorrow, kind of defining what the Vibeathon is, what it's going to look like. And we did get this shipped. So I am happy about the improvement just in terms of making it a little bit more representative of the BridgeMind brand. This looks good. Now, there are some things that we're going to need to look at and fix, but in general, I feel pretty good about this. Yeah, it does look a lot better. This looks so much better. Yeah. It modernized it. We modernized it today, so. All right, Shift plus Tab to switch modes. Actually, just Tab. All right, so if we go back over to OpenCode, so apparently if we just hit Tab, it's going to switch modes. Okay, yeah. So you guys see how it switches modes, so that's just by hitting Tab. Shout out to WDan, thank you. So, I mean, fix the broken links in this page, so update courses. Note that there should be no pages associated with courses or pricing. We are not trying to sell anything. So remove the free trial page, remove the courses page, remove the pricing page, remove these pages. They are no longer needed. Because it doesn't have the harness. So who fixed the bug? OpenCode. We did fix it with Cursor. OpenCode, we just didn't, because we were already having a conversation inside of Cursor, so I just threw it in that conversation. But, I mean, not bad. Something to note is, yeah, you're not using Claude Code, so you're not using the Claude Code harness. You do have access to these additional models, so if you do want free AI, I mean, in GLM 4.7 and in Minimax, I mean, these models are better than GPT-5, which is crazy to even think about because you now have access to free models that are better than GPT-5. And I think that that's another like vote of confidence in terms of like, hey, how much further we're going to continue to get in this agentic and vibe coding revolution is the fact that, hey, you can now integrate with models that are better than GPT-5 for free. I mean, they're literally giving it out for free, which is just crazy. Look at this. So in LM Arena, you've got GLM 4.7 and Minimax M2.1, which are better than GPT-5. And inside of OpenCode, you can have access to those for free, which is just incredible. So I probably will make a video on this to go over it and share a little bit more about it. But that is pretty impressive, I will say. I think that's cool. Now, we will explore this more and try it out more. This is just kind of like a baseline, like, okay, this is what it looks like. I'm happy that I installed it. Very easy to do. But if you do want free AI, this is an option for you. Grok Code Fast. I didn't even know that was still free. GitHub Copilot, OpenAI, Google, OpenRouter, Anthropic, OpenCode Zen. Yeah, WDN said Grok's general strategy is to give out free AI model access for devs for the next 12 months to really hook people while they expand classes to further scale. All right. So that's kind of gives you guys an overview. I mean, you can use your Claude code in it. You can, it looks like, I do like this. It does share where you're at, context window wise, copied to clipboard. I'm not sure how I feel about it. I'll probably do a deeper dive in a video. But guys, that's going to wrap it up for today. I did deploy the site. I am feeling under the weather, so we're going to cap it here. But tomorrow, I'm making a video where I'm going to be announcing the Vibeathon. And tomorrow, we're going to be doing additional preparation for our Vibeathon. But like I said, 2026 is our year. This is going to be the place to be in 2026. This community is going to be very, very rapidly growing, and we're going to be on the cutting edge of all these advancements in 2026. And we're going to get this year off to a very, very strong start with this Vibeathon and with this event. So more to come on that tomorrow. But thanks, guys, for tuning in, and great job on the website tonight. Very, very happy about it. And with that being said, guys, I will see you guys in the future.